Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the New Hampshire House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1346. And before we introduce our sponsor, if everybody could just please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Just so everybody knows, the bill that is going to be in front of us, this pretty much exact bill was actually signed by the governor, I guess, last year. At the time, there were some questions whether or not there were going to be some changes made to it, and so it wasn't actually sure if that was going to happen. However, all of the changes have been made, and this bill has already become law. So this is basically a formality. So with that being said, Representative Prue.
Representative Mark Prue, Hillsborough 15. I'm here to introduce 1346, and that it's a useless bill, and I will take no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Prue. Well said. Okay, with that being said, is there anybody here that wants to testify on House Bill 1346? No, great. Okay, with that, this hearing will be in recess until we can figure out exactly what we're doing with this bill. Good morning. Welcome back to Criminal Justice Public Safety Hearing. I am going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1805 and welcome the sponsor to introduce the legislation.
Good morning. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I am Representative Elena Colby. I represent the towns of Hopkinton and Bow, and I want to thank you for an opportunity to speak on this bill today. HB 1805 would extend the recertification interval for the physical fitness exam from every 3 years to every 5 years, and would also offer voluntary exemption from the exam for law enforcement officers that have been certified with 19 years of service. In 2022, this committee heard contentious testimony regarding a full repeal of the same statute, and although it passed the House, it failed to reach the governor's desk. Fast forward to 2024, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released numbers showing shocking declines in the number of patrol officers across our state. New Hampshire had lost 14% of its law enforcement officers, the second largest drop in the country. Also in 2024, New Hampshire State Police was down 17% of its sworn workforce, and the Department of Corrections down 46%. I am here before you today because failing to address necessary changes to this statute has only exacerbated the problem and further jeopardized public safety. I hope you find this legislation to be a reasonable compromise between the current statute and the previous proposed full repeal. Agencies across New Hampshire are caught in a vicious cycle where losing just a few personnel creates operational crisis with a very far-reaching effect. Staffing shortages leave fewer officers available to handle increased workloads, resulting in costly overtime for taxpayers and burnout among officers. This overtime prevents officers from finding time not only for their family, but also to do physical training. The combination of these pressures creates additional stress, ultimately resulting in officers quitting, retiring, or even failing their physical fitness exam. This situation further reduces the workforce and increases the workload. House Bill 1805 is intended to serve as a legislative tourniquet to effectively slow the bleed. With HB 1805, we can slow the loss of personnel by extending the length of time between exams without sacrificing our standards. This will give law enforcement agencies and officers more breathing room, while Police Standards and Training Council continues its research into replacing the Cooper Institute standards with a more real-world or practical metric. Law enforcement agencies shouldn't lose competent officers over minor fitness setbacks like being one sit-up short or running 1.5 miles just a tenth of a second too slow. Likewise, an officer's financial future and a community's public safety shouldn't hinge on such small margins. Over the past 5 years, a significant number of accomplished officers have retired, while fewer new recruits have joined the ranks. By introducing a voluntary exemption after 19 years of exemplary service, we could alleviate the retention challenges that agencies face. Furthermore, many command staff roles are highly administrative. These officers are not always required in patrol positions. This change would enable agencies to adopt local fitness standards while retaining their dedicated personnel who possess the valuable knowledge needed to mentor the next generation. HB 1805 gives agencies the flexibility to adapt while also prioritizing public safety. By making small adjustments to this statute, we can develop a more sustainable and appealing career pathway in New Hampshire law enforcement, ultimately benefiting all of the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I have a few questions, if I may. Last term, this bill had come in front of us, and we went to a subcommittee. And at the subcommittee, we actually recommended to find the bill inexpedient to legislate. And the reason for that was the testimony we were given was that there was only a 30% response rate for the surveys that had been sent out. And then within that 30% return, they were divided 50-50. And we found that as well when we had officers that were joining us. Like, I'm not kidding. There were 4 here, 2 wanted to do away with the test, 2 did not. It was very interesting. Nonetheless, when that bill came back, to be exact, I was on vacation, and the bill actually was recommended, and the committee passed it. However, as you know, the Senate did not. So I'm curious of 2 things. One, you have 19 years. What was the reason for 19, not 20, not 15? And the second part of that would be the conversations with most of the gentlemen behind you.
Well, I can answer the first part. I might need some more clarification or details on the second. The 19 years was definitely a retention idea. So the thought process was, if we are moving to every 5 years, then we would have a test at 0. We would have a test at 5. We would have a test at 10 and 15. And this would almost be a way of having a retention bonus without, sending out money from a municipal perspective. It would be an incentive to stay on. And then from there, it would allow your local municipality to develop a fitness standard for that officer that has greater than 19 years.
Representative Scheer?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I think about this bill not only as a state representative, but I'm the incoming chair of the Portsmouth Police Commission. So, and we are down officers substantially, and it's of great concern to us. The flip side of this, there's a question coming. The flip side of this is, do we want officers on the street who are out of shape? That's the concern. I mean, I understand the idea of a retention bonus in the form of, okay, you don't have to take the physical fitness test anymore. But my concern is loading up with officers who, after 19 years, are just end up being out of shape. What's your read on that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I really feel that locally, because New Hampshire is so vast in its needs and so different, we have 7 different forms of government locally. We have completely different sized communities. So in one community, these officers, might be not going on patrol. But in another community, they very much may be needed on patrol. So allowing the community to decide what it needs from its officers, I think, could go a long way. And I don't believe that an officer will let themselves go. Maybe some might. But I think overall, similar to what we see from our military personnel, there's incentive for them to stay fit so that they can perform the duties of their job. I don't think moving from 3 to 5 years is going to change that. And then after that period, again, if their community decides to adopt a wellness program or a fitness standard, that could be more customizable for their size.
Follow up? My concern is less with the change from 3 to 5 years and the just automatic, you don't have to do anything after 19 years. And there really is no provision in here that says the community can follow up. I think the way this reads is after 19 years, the community can impose physical fitness standards. The way this reads is it's just a permanent waiver after 19 years.
I am open to doing any sort of amendment that would alleviate that concern.
Last follow-up. Have you thought about, and those you worked with on this bill thought about reducing the physical fitness requirements as an officer ages, but not abolishing them completely?
Yes, there was a lot of thought that went into this bill. Part of the current issue is that police standards and training is using testing criteria from the Cooper Institute. The Cooper Institute itself cautions against using this exam, especially to define minimum fitness levels for job tasks. So this exam is push-ups, sit-ups, and a 1.5 mile run. It is my understanding that police standards and training have, for a number of years now, been looking for an alternative, and up to as recently as trying to find people to sit on a committee to come up with a real-world metric to better reflect what is needed for an officer to perform their essential duties.
Might it be better to wait for that to happen before we do anything?
Representative, we have, looks like a plethora of individuals that will probably help us out.
Okay.
May I respond very quickly?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we have seen is that no action has been taken, unfortunately, and this, since that bill, at least I know since that bill, from what I can find since 2022, this has been spoken about. And so I like to deal with the here and now more than let's keep waiting and seeing. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Mr. Miller?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I'm here today in support of the intent of House Bill 1805. In the current recruitment and retention climate, we must recognize that our veteran officers are more valuable for their institutional wisdom and de-escalation skills than for their 1.5 mile run times. This bill provides a common sense bridge to keep our most experienced mentors on the force by extending the testing interval and honoring their years of service with a waiver. While we support this flexibility, I remain open to refinements that ensure this transition also encourages a culture of long-term wellness, ensuring that our veterans stay not just certified, but healthy and capable of serving the public for a full career. And I just want to touch base on one of your questions to Ms. Colby. I think what we'd be doing is moving to more of a holistic wellness and staying away from the yo-yo dieting and exercising for just one test for one day. It's I can tell you my own instance where back in 2021, I had to take the PT test, and I broke a bone in my foot because I stepped on a rock and rolled my foot. And now today, I have problems with that foot all the time when I stand on it for too long. So I just feel like that there's better ways of doing this, and I agree with the intent of this bill, but I'm certainly open to any amendments that were brought up. But thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have any? Thank you. Is this the last one? Mr. Santoro?
Good morning. My name is John Santor. I'm the Chief of Police for the Placertown, New Hampshire Police Department. I'm here to speak on behalf and support of this bill presented here before you today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about an issue that directly impacts strength, stability, and the future of our police departments, the frequency of mandatory police physical testing. I want to be clear on the outset, the discussion is not about lowering the standards. Physical fitness is essential for policing, and no one disputes the officers must be capable of safely performing their duties. The question before us is whether the current requirement of retesting every 3 years is achieving its intended purpose, or whether it is unintentionally harming recruitment, retention, and overall staffing levels. I believe that the evidence lived experience strongly support the extending the testing interval from 3 years to 5 years. Across the country, police departments are facing unprecedented staffing crises. Recruiting new officers has become increasingly difficult, and retaining experienced officers is even harder. We are losing institutional knowledge, leadership, and mentorship at a time when we can least afford to do that. Policies that unnecessarily barrier particularly those who do not meaningfully improve public safety must be reevaluated. The current 3-year physical testing cycle is one such barrier. Let's first talk about recruitment. Many potential applicants, especially lateral transfers, older candidates, military veterans, and individuals with strong investigative or community policing skills, are discouraged by frequent, rigid physical testing requirements. These candidates may be fully capable of performing the job. They are yet hesitant to enter a profession where failing a test every 3 years could jeopardize their career, even if they were otherwise performing at a high level. Extending the testing period to 5 years sends a message that we value well-rounded officers, not just short-term physical benchmarks, but experience, judgment, and professionalism. This broadens the pool of qualified applicants without sacrificing safety. Second, just as important is retention. Experienced officers leave the profession not because they cannot do the job, because they are burnt out, injured, or nearing retirement and do not want to risk their livelihood over a periodic physical test. Many of these officers still respond to calls, make arrests, train younger officers, and serve the public effectively every day. Yet the presence of frequently testing, especially for officers with minor injuries, age-related limitations, or long-term wear and tear, pushes them towards early retirement or resignation. We actually had that personally happen at our police department, where one of our detective sergeants was forced to resign due to an injury he obtained on the job, but couldn't pass his every 3-year test. But he was a qualified, very experienced, very well-respected investigator and mentor to others in the police department, but he was forced to resign due to his injury and not be able to pass the test. When we lose these officers, we don't just lose a body, we lose decades of experience. We lose field training officers, detectives, supervisors, and community leaders. Replacing that experience is far more costly and far more dangerous than extending a testing cycle by 2 years. Third, extending the testing interval does not compromise public safety. Officers are evaluated continuously through real-world performances, medical exams, and annual firearms qualifications, training requirements, and supervisory oversight. If an officer is physically unable to perform essential duties, departments already have mechanisms in place to address that. A 5-year testing cycle still ensures accountability while recognizing that physical fitness does not suddenly disappear in year 4. In fact, fewer high-stake testing events can reduce injuries related to test preparation and anxiety-driven overtraining, such as heard from Chief Miller, and other factors contributing to workman's compensation claims and lost time. Finally, this change reflects modern workforce realities. Today's policing environment is more complex than ever. Officers are expected to be problem solvers, crisis counselors, investigators, and community partners. Physical test is one component of effectiveness, but not the only one. Policies must evolve to reflect the full scope of professionalism and to keep qualified, capable officers on the job. In closing, extending police physical fitness testing from 3 years to 5 years is a reasonable, responsible adjustment. It supports the recruitment, improves retention, preserves experience, and maintains public safety. Most importantly, it demonstrates that we are serious about sustaining a professional police workforce, not just today, but for the future. Today, I urge this body to pass the bill which changes the required physical test interval from 3 years to 5 years for active officers. Thank you for the consideration.
Representative Prue?
So I kind of heard you say that most of these officers after 19 years, are in some kind of higher position where they may not have to be running down 18-year-olds. Right?
Correct.
So that's a true statement. Follow up.
Is that a question? Would you believe?
Yeah, he answered my question. There was a question there.
Break it up.
So, would you believe, just to cover my bases, that I'm a deputy chief in a fire department, and I know when I first came on in 19, never mind, none of us, or very few of us, worked out. What I've seen is the new generation in the fire service works out pretty much every chance we give them. Is that the same in police?
Generally speaking, I would say yes. Our officers, especially particularly the younger officers, and even those veteran officers, are keeping up with the younger officers. We have a gym at our facility. We also have a gym and talented officers at a discount. We have many officers are taking mixed martial art courses, Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes, and so on and so forth. The fire department, which we are connected to, has a much bigger and larger gym that they got through a grant. We're allowed to use that equipment as well. We have officers that try to sneak in a workout while they're working, besides what they do outside of work on their own.
Thank you. I'll save my other questions for someone else.
Thank you.
Representative Shear?
Do you have, again, based on my experience as with the Portsmouth Police Department, where I've been on the for 4.5 on the police commission for 4.5 years, I've yet to hear, and we hear regularly why officers are leaving the force, and I've yet to hear of one officer leaving because they can't meet the physical fitness requirements. Do you have any data nationally or in New Hampshire of how many officers are leaving either because they have failed a physical fitness test or they are leaving because they don't want to do the physical fitness test?
I don't want to answer on behalf of the Citizens Training Council. I think they have a representative here, but when I spoke to the director, Skipa, in the past, he has mentioned to me that they don't keep that data available, or they don't gather that data. I think he can answer for it. Personally, I think part of that has to do with the embarrassment factor. Officers saying that they failed a physical fitness test after so many years is sort of a pride thing, so that those would retire. I know the detective sergeant in our department came to my office in tears, saying that he was forced to retire because of this. And again, those numbers, you can again ask the training council on that. There is data that there was a survey done by, again, I don't want to take up too much time, but there was data done by the International Journal of Exercise Science. It's an 18-page document. I'm not going to go through the whole entire thing, but they sort of resemble some of that information as well, of officers not reporting that for fear of retribution, fear of embarrassment, and other reasons. But there is some data out there that would have to be extracted. I will mention that of the 50 states, New Hampshire now remains the only state in the entire country that has ongoing mandatory physical fitness testing standards for the veteran officers.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mark? Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief Crawley?
Thank you. My name is Tim Crawley. I'm the chief of police in the town of Atkinson. I've been a police officer now for coming up on 43 years. I did 35 years in Massachusetts, and I've been here since 2018. Most of those years, I've been involved in police training, both at the recruit level, in service, and command level trainings for people around New England, and actually have given a couple of presentations around the country related to police training. I am here in strong opposition to this bill. I know it's come up the last couple years, and most of the time we were able to get by it. But it boggled my mind the first time that I heard that they were going to get rid of this. They were trying to get rid of the three-year fitness standard, because when you look at the numbers there are over 3,000 police officers every year that, over the course of 3 years, that have to take this test. The number of officers within that have their certification suspended because they didn't pass is in single digits. So over 3,000 police officers can complete this. It's age and gender based. I know because I have to take it. Because everybody since January 1st of 2001, if you chose to become a police officer in New Hampshire, you knew this was part of the deal, that you had to maintain this to keep your certification. This is not a surprise. This didn't come out of nowhere. This was in place when you agreed to take the job. And again, the numbers get a little easier as you get older. Thank you, because that's the way it is. But in a couple of specifics, you were asking about the 3-year. It's actually, when you look at how the system is set up now, I think it should be stricter. I think the standard needs to be strengthened, not taken away and not weakened. Because if I fail my 3-year fitness test, I have 2 years to pass it. So that's once in 5 years. If I fail it 3 years from then, I have 2 years to pass it. That's once in 10 years. So it's really not an evaluation of somebody's physical fitness. It needs to be strengthened. It needs to be changed. The standard that the numbers are based on the 35th percentile of the Cooper's Institute, which a lot of places have taken the name off it but still use push-ups, sit-ups. They've replaced some of the sit-ups with planks, 1.5 mile run, 300-meter, whatever it is. It's a fitness test that you can do that. But the standard that we've been using here for years is 35%. That means 35% of the people in your age group can pass that test at that level. But it also means that 65% in that age group can do more, can do better. Our officers aren't being held to a 90th percentile standard. It's an average fitness test. It's actually less than average because it's not even 50-50. So that's the numbers. Those numbers don't lie. That's the way it is. Since, I don't know, for probably the last year or so, we've been working with I've been on a working group trying to, because we know it needs to be adjusted. We know it needs to change. Sit-ups are gone by the wayside. A lot of places, as I said, went to planks. There was a lengthy and in-depth job task analysis that was contracted to a consultant by the state of New Hampshire. As part of this working group that we had multiple police chiefs, sheriffs, representatives from the state police, the training council. We went over the results of this job task analysis because it was more specific to what you do. We met multiple times in person and online to go over the results. And one of the, we reviewed it. We look at different alternatives. We have what the current test is, what we see as failures, what the history of tests are, fitness versus aptitude, legal issues, administrative rules. We went through all of this. And our recommendations coming out of that work group, number one, believes that the 3-year incumbent fitness test should remain. It's an essential to health and wellness. One of my positions, and I still teach in the academies in Massachusetts, communication skills, because our young people need communication skills, but health and wellness as well. Health and wellness go together. We're not talking about you take a test and that's it, you're good for another 3 years. We want the mindset to be that health and wellness is important to your well-being because of how this job attacks that. This job is very unique. The stresses that you get on this job, both physically and mentally, are like no other job in the world. And being in better physical shape, people that are more physically fit are also more mentally fit. They're able to handle the stresses of this job better than the average person because they're physically fit. The way they adjust to the stresses on their system. It is extremely important that people with a high level of physical fitness perform better under stress. They make better decisions. Their decision-making skills are better. Officers with a higher level of physical fitness have fewer use of force incidents. They have because they're more confident in their abilities and they're able to perform in a different manner. So it's very it's concerning to try to get rid of a standard that nobody else in the country has, because New Hampshire police should be held to a higher standard. And I would object vehemently to getting rid of a state mandated requirement, because whether you work for the city of Manchester or Nashua, whether you're an officer on the seacoast or on the border of Vermont, whether you're up by Canada or next to Massachusetts like we are, we're held to the same standard. We want the officers to maintain that same physical fitness standard. I know the value of it because I'm still doing it at 42 plus years. And I go to the academy, and I'll give you one last example of, if I may. You can't take the human element out of it. If you don't make people do it, they won't do it. In 1996, we started the Lowell Police Academy. In order to get into the academies in Massachusetts up until 96, you had to take the 10 categories of the Cooper standards, not just the 3 that we use here. You had to take and pass that. If you didn't pass it, you didn't get into the academy that year. In 1997, they get rid of that standard and they went to a physical abilities test. It's basically an indoor obstacle course. Has some value, but it needed to be adjusted, which I'll speak of in a second. In 97, the test was gone. Now they just used the physical abilities test. The first week of the next recruit class, which had 102 candidates in it, we gave them the same test that they would have needed to come in the year before. 76 failed. And out of those 76, 12 of them, their numbers were worse than the year before. And why was that? Because you don't have to. You didn't have to do it. It's the human element. It's just the way it is. And our job as police leaders, our job as police trainers, is to make sure that we get across to our people the importance of health and wellness in your overall lifestyle. We want them to adopt that to make sure that they're healthier. And the last thing I will say is, I heard about, we qualify with firearms a couple times a year. And if you don't pass firearms, you don't get a 2-year extension. If you miss a shot, you don't get a 2-year extension. Yet 95 to 97% of police officers in the state will never use their firearm in the line of duty, ever. Yet they need physical fitness and mental wellness and health overall every day. That's something that they use every day. So I urge you to maintain the 3-year, and I'll take any questions.
Representative Lascelles?
Thank you for taking my question, and thank all of you guys for what you do.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
In your tenure as a police officer, you have seen the job evolve. And today, with all the technology and so forth, would you say the physical requirements of the job have lessened or stayed the same or increased as the job evolved?
I would say the physical part of it is the same. The job itself is the same. The fundamental job of a police officer is the same. The scrutiny of the job is the same. The technology around it is, it's different. The technology is different, but your fundamental job as a police officer is the same. That's to protect people, right? Protection of life and property. That's what we do. You don't know what your daily routine's going to be. The physical part of the job is the same. And actually, it's probably more important now to be physically fit than it was 10 years ago, because of the added scrutiny to the job and the stress that causes in everyday duties. So the way you can handle that stress, have a good physical fitness routine, but also if you're the better shape you're in, the better you're able to handle that stress mentally.
Follow up, Madam Chair. It's been mentioned that sometimes officers they retire or quit the job rather than go through the physical test. And the term embarrassed came up. would you say, based upon your experience, the physical attributes of the police officer is very important when it comes to or interaction with the public?
Yes, in a lot of ways. In our biggest attribute is our brains and our communication and how we do that, how we present that, especially in stressful situations, situations where you need to de-escalate an argument or a domestic or whatever. The way that you do that, people that have strong mental skills also have strong physical fitness skills and vice versa. I think it's very important to have one. You can't have one without the other. You're welcome.
Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. First, as I understand it, certainly in Portsmouth, my guess is everywhere, you have to pass a physical fitness test to get hired at a police department. Is that right?
Yes.
Follow.
Well,
I'm sorry.
it's to get into the police academy. You have to take a physical fitness test to get in. Most departments give you that test when you apply so that they know that you can do that.
So they don't spend the money on sending you to the academy when they know you can't pass the test.
Correct.
Follow up. Did I hear you correctly in saying that as one ages as an officer, the standards you have to meet in the 1.5-mile run change?
Yes,
And it's same with the other two tests, the sit-ups and,
that's correct.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
We're down to our last card. If there's anybody here that would like to testify, please turn your card in. This committee is the opposite of Talladega Nights. Somebody actually has to be last. So seeing nobody, Director Skipa. That seat's pretty warm. Director, hope you're ready.
I am.
We have lots of questions. I'm holding off.
Good morning, Madam Chair
Yeah.
and members of this committee. For the record, my name is John Skipa, and I am the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. I think it's important to kind of look back in time, and I know the Chair spoke about the fact that this issue has actually come up. This is not the first time that this issue has come up in front of this committee. And in fact, in the last legislative session, there was also a House bill that was introduced to change this 3-year fitness testing. For those of you who were on the committee the last time around, you'll remember that there was a lot of really contradictory testimony coming from New Hampshire law enforcement. And I felt like I had not done my due diligence, quite frankly. As this legislative session started to come to be, it was brought to my attention that there was the possibility of 3 different House bills that were going to be introduced to speak to 3-year fitness testing. And this time I said, I am going to do my due diligence. And in fact, out of the 3 possibilities, this one was filed. I represent the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council. That council is appointed by the governor, and it has 17 members. And the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council has the statutory responsibility to oversee all hiring, training, and accountability standards for every single certified officer in the state of New Hampshire. That is really their sole responsibility statutorily under RSA 106L. And so I come to you today to represent the council's position on this matter. Please know that in 2001, January 1, 2001, there was a training specialist assigned at the police academy to roll out 3-year fitness testing. I know that person very well. It was me. I was the training specialist that was made responsible for rolling this program out. And prior to 2001, there was no statewide testing. throughout my career, and Chief Crowley and I share the same number of years. We've been police officers for a long, long time. I've been a police officer in the state of New Hampshire since the mid '80s, and so I have seen and been part of this culture for all of that time. I can tell you in my present position, I have received phone calls from state legislators, from town administrators, police chiefs, and police officers during my tenure as the director, pleading for some kind of relief because they were about to lose a police officer that was having difficulty with passing this test. And Chief Crowley is right. We don't have a lot of people who ultimately that we can keep track of step off of this the fifth year. We call them 5-year people. 5-year people. This last cycle, 2025, we lost 6 people to the 5-year. They're suspended, and they're probably going to just separate from their jobs. Present conditions require that they pass the test every 3 years. If they don't pass the test every 3 years, they get that additional 2 years to try to pass it. At the end of 2026, we have 91 officers that have not passed their 3-year fitness test. Now, it could be for a variety of reasons. It could be that they have a medical event that they have to get better from. They may have just not filed their test results. Albeit, we have to chase down 91 people to find out why they either didn't pass the test or they can't take the test or they didn't file the paperwork. Out of those 91, I don't know how many are going to carry through the next 2 years and wait until the 5th year before they ultimately leave. When this legislation was first filed, I went to the Police Standards and Training Council. Again, statutory responsibility to oversee and make these decisions. And the council deliberated and considered for a number of meetings, open discussions, relative to the 3-year fitness testing. And there was a lot of consideration as to what other pathways we could take. The council recognizes the importance of global wellness for police officers, and they want to maintain some kind of mandate that is going to help promote overall wellness, physical wellness, and mental health wellness. To Chief Crowley's points, and I agree with a lot of what Chief Crowley had to say up here, it is vitally important for us to build a network and a framework for police officers to be as healthy as they possibly can be, mentally and physically. At the same time, the council recognizes that the present conditions clearly state you either pass this test, or if you don't, you lose your job, one or the other. And the council wants to create this framework to allow local police chiefs to have some flexibility and some autonomy to work with their individual employees to set up some kind of program that's going to promote that global day-to-day mindset of wellness. That's really what the council is looking for. Further, the council wants to maintain some kind of mandate that would compel a police officer to still see a doctor in support of that overall wellness. And finally, the council does not want to take away the authority of a local police chief to allow or set up a fitness test that they could run at their local level. And the council's position is that they really want, if that's going to be the case, it should be built into a department policy, and that policy should be filed with Police Standards and Training. That's nothing new. Police Standards and Training requires policies to be filed for internal investigations and for pursuits. Just a couple of examples. The council ultimately feels that they should pass on the responsibility of this overall wellness back to the local police chiefs and step away from the mandatory 3-year fitness testing. Some of the alternatives that the council considered included just maintaining what we do now. And the council felt that that was just a little too stringent. Chief Crowley, my Major Hawkins, who's in the back of the room, a number of stakeholders, state and local stakeholders, were meeting over the last year and a half relative to designing a new test. And in fact, we completed a job task analysis about 2/3 of the way through last year. That JTA had not been done for about 20 years, so we were well overdue. During the course of collecting that information, we also asked the vendor to kind of reestablish those essential functions that a police officer must do, physical functions that they must do in order to be meet the needs of New Hampshire law enforcement. And so that information was derived. The council's proposal is, let's continue to mandate police officers to go to the doctor and be examined every 3 years. And let the doctor and that officer review the list of essential physical functions of a police officer, and then have the doctor sign off that says, yep, I've worked with my patient, and we believe that they can still perform these essential functions. At the same time, the council wants to build in a pathway, and Representative Scheer spoke to this. If the police chief felt, I don't know that the doctor really did a good job working with you, there would be a pathway for the police chief to come to police standards and training and say, I would like an optional objective test, much like we have right now. And then police standards and training would find an objective third party to reevaluate. In the end, the council's position is to promote overall wellness and offer a carrot instead of a stick. We'd rather have them working out every day doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, or walking every day, or doing yoga. We're doing something physical that's going to help them stay fit and flexible throughout their career. At the same time, the council wants to afford the local police chief the autonomy and flexibility to work with their employees so that we don't lose people who have that institutional knowledge and that experience. There was some questions that were asked relative to, well, how many people do we lose? I told you the exact numbers because those are the numbers that we can count. We don't collect data on those people who retire, and they retired because they couldn't pass this test, but they're not going to admit that to anybody. It's a pride thing. It is correct. We're the only state in the country that requires incumbent testing for in this manner. There's no other state that does it. In the end, the last time I sat here to talk about this topic, I could not bring with any definitive information the position of the council, and this time I can. The New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council and I have worked on creating an amendment to this bill that would speak to a number of concerns that have been raised during the course of today. And it is the council's opinion that this would be the best move to continue to reinforce wellness, provide flexibility for local police chiefs, and to do it in a way that is going to be positive as opposed to negative. And so to that end, my testimony is not so much in support of the legislation that is before this committee now, but to allow for an amendment, and I'm happy to provide an amendment to this committee for your consideration and certainly would look forward to working with Representative Colby to make those changes. And I thank you very much for your time, and I certainly stand ready for any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Director. If I may, I do have a specific question. And this was something that came up last term. You had mentioned about putting it back to basically local municipalities, local chiefs. Could you explain or give us an example of what that would look like in the event that, because we all live in the real world, right? I want to say that nobody would ever be targeted, but we live in the real world. So in the event that you have an officer that perhaps the department maybe would like not to be there, what is it going to look like to make sure that those rules don't change for one person?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. And in fact, I did not forget your question from the last legislative session. And so in developing the proposed amendment, there is a section that asks that every police agency have a wellness policy and program in place. And in fact, New Hampshire Police Standards and Training would create such a model policy for any and all police departments to adopt. Within this program, it should include all of the following, and that is, if the agency decides to have a defined physical fitness test, that test be defined that establishes performance standards and minimum passing scores. And the policy must also address, outline to its officers the ongoing standards enumerated in this chapter, the expectations of employment under the policy, and the due process rights of its officers. So if this proposed language were to be adopted and passed, the council is suggesting that every agency have a wellness policy. And if that agency is going to have as part of its program an annual fitness test, that test must be defined in the policy, and it must clearly state exactly what would happen to the officer if they weren't able to pass the tests. And then that way, it would not allow for a police chief to just arbitrarily and capriciously say, hey, you got to run around the building 3 times, and if you can't do it, I'm going to fire you, right? We also want to just make sure that things are clearly defined. So I hope that answers your question, Madam.
It does, thank you. And if I may have a follow-up, it was also mentioned that officers are, certainly able to bring more to their department other than just physical assertness. And in the event that the person that the officer is not doing the physical aspect, what would that look like? Would that be a new job title? Is that going to be built in that that's not required for this specific title?
I'm sorry, Madam. If you could.
Okay, so
repeat the
there were
question.
people that testified to that there's more that's brought to the job than just the physical aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly somebody that has been that's been with the department for 20 years, maybe their job isn't the physical side of it.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that look like? Would it be a different job title? Would the requirements change for that? Like, in other words, detective.
Thank you, Madam. I now understand your question, and I appreciate it. Candidly, if the proposed amendment were to go through and be adopted into law, the title of any officer would be left to the discretion of the chief law enforcement officer. Police Standards and Training would not mandate a certain title for any one of those officers. If I might offer just one other piece of information, there was some discussion relative to the academy and coming into the academy. All of this proposed language speaks directly to incumbent officers. And I'll tell you why. The council also recognizes the absolute importance of making sure that when a recruit comes to the academy to participate in a 16-week training program, that they bring a level of fitness that's going to allow them to successfully complete the program. So what we're talking about today has nothing to do with changing, reducing, or eliminating fitness standards for new recruits coming into the academy, for new recruits to go through the academy, and for those recruits to test out of the academy. This is specific to once you graduate from the academy, you're online, you're an incumbent officer. That's what we're talking about here. And I just felt it was important to make sure that everybody understood.
Thank you, Director. I do definitely think you answered a lot of questions that we all had. Representative Scheer, did you have a question?
Thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful. And I look forward to seeing the amendment because I think that I agree that that's the right approach. Does the amendment, and I'll try not to ask too much about the amendment because we all haven't seen it yet, but does the amendment require a police department to have some physical fitness training and have a policy written about that, or does it allow a police department?
Thank you for that question, sir. As proposed, it would mandate that every police agency have a policy on officer wellness. What that policy would look like from agency to agency is going to be very different based on the resources available for each one of those agencies. I was the chief of the Stratham Police Department for just under 10 years. We had a beautiful weight room there. And so I allowed my folks, while they were working, as long as they had other coverage, there was another officer to respond, they could listen to their radio, they could work out for an hour in the building. That policy may not apply to the next town over because they don't have those resources. Ultimately, the policy is going to be mandatory, but the contents of that policy are really going to be left up to the chief law enforcement officer and their employees, whether that's through a CBA, collective bargaining agreement, or whether that's just a personnel policy within the town.
And I think the devil may be in the details in terms of the wellness policy. Just briefly to respond to a question the chair asked, certainly in Portsmouth and those departments that have police commissions, if the department develops a policy, it's got to get the approval of the police commission, and therefore the chief would not be able to change the policy for an individual officer.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Newman. Representative Murray?
Thank you. Thank you
Murphy?
for taking my question. that works. Thank you, Director Skipa. My question is, if I'm understanding what you said might be proposed, would you be worried that if there were different police departments that had different requirements that police officers may not want to work for a particular town because are we creating a problem doing that people may not want to work in whatever Manchester or Nashua or whatever and only apply to other communities because of the requirements for physical fitness?
I thank you for that question, and I'm very happy that you asked that question because that is a concern in the New Hampshire law enforcement community, quite frankly. And I always respond the same way, and I'll say this to everybody: there's a number of police agencies that are represented in this room right now, and I bet you if you sat them all down and said, "Hey, how much do your employees have to pay for medical care? Hey, what's the detail rate at this agency? Hey, what's the pay schedule for this one? How much paid time off do you get?" There is significant disparity across our state with regard to working conditions, right? Pay, benefits, equipment, opportunity. There are some agencies that have specialty units, very exciting. I know Portsmouth PD, large PD, tremendous opportunities to be on the SWAT team or be on ICAC, to do, some real specialized work, drug work, things like that. There's other agencies that just don't have those opportunities available. So the short answer is yes. It's going to cause some disparity. It will. I will tell you that Chief Crowley, if this proposed language went through, I'll bet you my pension, his agency is going to have a fitness program. I don't doubt it for a second. The colonel of the state police is going to have a fitness program. I'm speaking for the colonel, and I apologize, Mark, for that. But there are going to be agencies that are going to set up very strong fitness testing and fitness programs because that's how they want to run that agency, right? Will it cause some officers to move from one place to another? Maybe. Will it cause some more disparity? Yes. But not any more disparity than that which already exists with other portions of working conditions from agency to agency. And that's my observation. Thank you.
Representative Muse?
I did have a question. One of the things that you mentioned in your testimony was that an exam, some type of an exam would be necessary every 3 years. So my question is what shape will that exam take? Are there going to be standards that you set around things, for instance, like it must include a health risk assessment, it must include biometric screening measures? Could you just give us a little bit more detail about that?
Thank you for that question, sir. As proposed right now, and certainly we can move things around if we need to. The medical examination, as proposed in this language, would be asking a doctor certifying that, in the opinion of the examiner, the officer is physically capable of performing the essential physical functions of a law enforcement officer as defined by the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council. And so, what the council is kind of looking at is we now have a completed job task analysis, and that JTA supports, it clearly speaks to those essential functions that a New Hampshire police officer must be able to perform. Can they run up a flight of stairs, run down a flight of stairs? Can they run 300 meters or less in a fast sprint? We're not expecting the doctor to make the officer do every one of these things, in so much as let's do a medical exam, and to your question, we probably would need to develop some kind of a form that would be uniform in how that examination is conducted. And then certainly part of that form would include, these are the essential physical functions of a New Hampshire police officer as based on a JTA. Can you please work with this patient and come to a determination, a medical determination, as to whether it is your opinion that they can do these things or not? And again, as it exists right now, if in the case where there's reasonable grounds to doubt that the medical examination was performed in accordance with appropriate protocols, the council may require the officer to submit to a separate examination by a physician selected by the council at the council's expense. So there is kind of a fallback, right? If there was a thought that, I don't think you can run up a flight of stairs because you wear a nasal cannula for oxygen. You probably don't have the ability to do this. We can bring that case in front of the council, and then we can get another opinion based on that. But it would provide for that flexibility, to work with their employees. The chief would. Thank you.
Representative Scheer?
Assuming there's no other question,
We have one more person that turned in a card after we called Skipa. I'm Director Skipa, I'm sorry.
I asked the chair this question. Once we see the amendment and it's filed at OLS, it would be really helpful to have procedurally some time to ask Director Skipa questions about the amendment rather than us just talking amongst ourselves at an exec session. I don't know if that means recessing the hearing on this bill once we're done listening to the last person and then reopening it when we see the amendment so we can ask questions, or procedurally, I don't know how to do that, but I would like that to happen.
I think the best thing to do, Representative, is for us to pass out the language. We could certainly send that in like an email form, right?
Once we get it, if we determine we have a lot more questions, I'm sure the director would make some time in his busy schedule to come on by and let us ask them, even if it is at an executive session.
As long as that happens, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Director. Run while the running's good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, folks.
I don't think he can leave. Today's police day. He has to stay
Right.
on.
Yeah. Get out of the seat. Hurry up.
I said, I don't think you can leave. Today's police day. I schedule one day every year as police day.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. Good morning. I will be brief. I'm State Representative Hope Damon. I represent half of Sullivan County, including the city of Claremont, the small, medium-sized community of Sunapee, and 7 very small towns, half of which don't have a police department. I was a co-sponsor on the similar bill to this last term, and I'm a co-sponsor on this bill. I support it with some learning this morning, as always happens in this position. Very interested to see what the amendment will look like. I want to just briefly speak from my background as a 40-plus year dietitian in private practice. I spent my career helping people take better care of themselves and doing a lot of wellness consulting work, including actually one of the very first things I did early in my career was for the Sunapee Police Department, when Bud Fitch, who many of you know as our recently retired Assistant Attorney General, was Chief of Police in Sunapee, and asked me to come in and help his team be more fit and more capable. So I'm really just so pleased to hear the emphasis and discussion around wellness in a broader sense than a 3 or 5 or whatever year fitness test, that the very entity that created the fitness test says don't use it for this purpose. It doesn't entirely make sense to me the way that we're currently doing it. What I would really ask the committee to pay vigorous attention to is the difference between communities and what the work is like in different communities and what the needs are. If you're a patrol officer in Claremont, you probably need some pretty decent speed on your feet. And if you are a senior officer in a small community, you're probably doing a whole lot more work with members of the community that does not require a high level of physical fitness. So I think, as is so much of our work here, the difference between looking at what the state should require and what should be left to local, I think some increased flexibility for local police departments in this regard would be very valuable. I'm going to stop there. I think that's the bulk of what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify on House Bill 1805 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
I am opening the public hearing on House Bill 1587 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce his bill.
Good morning, Chairman Roy. Good morning, everybody. State Representative Matt Saborn D. from Rockingham 30, introducing HB 1587 today, requiring police-worn body cam footage to be subject to the right to know law. This bill requires police-worn camera footage to be subject to 91 Alpha, requires public body or agency to respond to requests within 5 business days, 1 work week. This is continuing in the tradition of Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution, providing for transparency and accountability in governance, and this extends to our law enforcement officers as well. With me today is the president for Right to Know, and we can pass the mic over and we can field the questions.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the House Criminal Justice and Safety Committee. My name is Carla Garrick, and I'm president of Right to Know New Hampshire, a statewide nonpartisan membership organization dedicated to open government and transparency. We advocate for the principles in Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which holds that all government officials are at all times accountable to the people. I was a successful plaintiff many years ago now in a landmark federal case, Garrick versus Begin, which was a First Circuit court case affirming the right of citizens to film police officers in public. That decision highlighted how recordings check government power and build trust. Today, I speak in strong support of HB 1587, which would make police body cam footage subject to our right to know laws. Body cameras funded by taxpayers were adopted to promote accountability and provide objective evidence. But the current exemption in 91A5X keeps this footage hidden, defeating its very purpose. HB 1587 repeals that exemption, ensuring public access while protecting privacy through mandatory redactions. This bill requires agencies to redact personal information like social security numbers, addresses, some kind of medical data, images of minors and sexual assault victims, as well as private spaces, unless the public interest prevails. Redactions must be documented with statutory reasons provided. This isn't blanket disclosure. That's not what we're asking for. We're asking for balanced transparency. Agencies would have to respond to a right to know request within 5 business days, provide the footage or explain a denial or give us a timeline for redaction. They can charge for the actual cost for processing, because that's a concern we've heard in the past, making it more fair and feasible. So we can maybe stop this endless delay that tends to frustrate citizens, or it's, you get the footage so late, or you don't get it at all in most cases, that the newsworthiness of it has disappeared. In states like Colorado and Washington, with similar laws, the public access to body cam footage has reduced complaints against the police. It's improved police community relations, and it has helped to clarify incidents, often exonerating officers when warranted, and then on the other hand, actually exposing problems where there is a real issue. Here in New Hampshire, this bill aligns with our Constitution, Article 8, that says that we have open, accessible, accountable, and responsive government. And this bill aligns with that. Now, I'm sure we will have many opponents here from the police complaining about privacy or saying they need this right for investigations, but I really tried very hard to build in the safeguards to address those concerns up front. This bill limits the scope to official duties and builds on existing law. Denying access to the body cam footage breeds distrust, and opening it up will, I believe, help solve several problems. I'm going to tell two quick stories just to put things in context. So first of all, I would remind the committee that Article 2B of the New Hampshire Constitution passed in 2018. That was a constitutional amendment to the New Hampshire Constitution that says that an individual's right to live free from government intrusion in private and personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. Now, it might seem counterintuitive that I'm bringing that up, but here's my point. If we are creating, as we are, a sort of Orwellian roaming army of surveillance police, because that is what body cam footage is, then I think it is reasonable to require that we, as the citizens of the state, can then get access to that information. Now, the way the law currently works is if there is a discharge of a firearm or an excessive force complaint, or if the person has been charged with a felony arrest, then the 91A does kick in and we can get that information. But here's where the disconnect is happening. So when I got arrested and before I prevailed in my First Circuit lawsuit, I knew I was in the right because I too was actually there during the arrest. And I felt so strongly that I was trying everything within my power to get the information I could get. Now, this was in 2010 and that was before we actually had common usage of body cam footage here in New Hampshire. But there were cameras in the police station, and I was not able to get that footage, which amongst other things showed that the police chained me to a pole, tied my handcuff till my arm turned blue, and, just things that really we would not expect to be happening here in New Hampshire. So I was thinking, wow, if back then there were body cam footage, I wouldn't even be able to access that information to prove my side of the case. And so I think that is part of the motivation that we should be thinking about is, if we are going to be recording all these things, then we should make it subject to open government and transparency so that we can truly hold our officers accountable. Secondarily, during COVID, my neighbor's house, it wasn't actually my neighbor's house, but it looked like there was a fire on his property. It was actually at Goslar School right behind his property. And we realized that, and actually my husband and I put out the fire with our own bare hands before it sort of unleashed. But the fire truck showed up, and then later the police officers showed up. And I had a really good conversation with one of the police officers there. And while we were talking, he said, "Oh, I need to tell you, you're being audio and video recorded." And I was like, "That's right." And then we talked about my lawsuit, and we had a really good, teachable moment. And I was so excited that that had happened that I literally went home and I was like, I had a 91A that footage because I could put this out and show other activists how to behave so that you can have those conversations, which often is what people are actually trying to do, even though they're screaming past each other. I 91A'd that footage and I was told, no, it is exempt from 91A. And I was like, why? And they were like, because of privacy. And then I said, well, as the private citizen in the video, I waive my right to privacy. So can I get it now? And the answer was no. And that seems like something we should together figure out and come up with a better solution. I'm not going to take your time to talk about something like the Minnesota shooting or any of that. I think what we need to acknowledge here today is if the technology exists, which it does, to create all of these recordings, then we, as the taxpaying citizens of the state of New Hampshire, should have access to that information. I went first because Matt asked me if I would come up with him. I would ask maybe your indulgence that if everyone else has testified and I feel deeply compelled to address something, whether I can reserve time to come back.
Generally, I don't allow witnesses to come back to rebut other witnesses. So if anything occurs to you while the representative speaking, feel free to add it now. But otherwise, not normally.
So should I assume what the criticisms are going to be? They're going to say, well, they don't want to do it. It's going to cost us money to redact. I will say it is costing the state of New Hampshire millions of dollars in lawsuits. I'm trying to figure out how much it truly is. But if you go from town to town and city to city, as we do with Right to Know, I have members from all over the state. There are a lot of lawsuits. It's costing a lot of money. Right to Know 91A has become sort of this huge mess. And so we either have to hack at it like this, or we're going to have to come back and, I don't know, overhaul the entire law. But I think given where we are as a society, since we are making these recordings should, under the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 8, be subject to disclosure to the people who want it.
I'm going to do the same thing you did. I'm going to try and anticipate arguments. Maybe you can, with regard to the cost of redaction, what do you think is fair? Because either way, it's the taxpayers. The taxpayers are either going to be paying the overtime bill for the law enforcement to redact them, or they're going to be paying the 91A lawsuit. So either way, the taxpayers are on the hook. So how would you suggest that be handled, the cost of these redactions? Because literally someone will, if you want 8 hours of video, an officer is going to have to watch 8 hours of video to make sure that there's no one, a child doesn't step in at hour 4 points. Do you follow what I mean?
Hey, Chairman Roy, I could probably answer that one for you. So if you look under the methodology section of the bill, it has the inputs from each of the departments right there, and additional personnel would be needed to handle this footage. About a year ago, I was attending my district's Board of Selectmen meeting, and our chief of police is present. He's asking for the Board of Selectmen for another position for the police department just to manage the body cam footage program. That's one whole new position being added to a municipal police department for 28, 30 officers. So when I look at the projections on the fiscal note, when I look at what DOCS has to say, what the Municipal Association has to say, what the DOJ has to say, additional personnel are going to have to, yes, it's going to.
So it's your position the fiscal note is pretty accurate then? Okay.
If I might add,
Absolutely.
Most of you are probably familiar with the fact that we did create a Right to Know ombudsman's office, and the idea would be that that would be citizen oversight so that we could get some of this out of the courts, so that we could try to keep costs down, etc. The ombudsman's office was gutted during the last budget, right? So it basically doesn't exist anymore. It was put under another department. Perhaps at some stage, and maybe it isn't for this particular bill, but if we are going to live in this surveillance state, and if we believe that some information should be redacted, then at some stage we might actually want to consider codifying what is redacted and just creating a role for it. There might actually be a way to keep costs down by coming up with a better plan. Currently, it's not working. It is very expensive because instead of a police officer just looking at it, now the towns are hiring lawyers and they're charging $350 an hour. Now, I don't know which arrest is taking 8 hours, but I do hear your concerns. So yes, there are going to be costs, but that is the cost of actually trying to balance public interest with privacy, with surveillance, because the reality is these programs and these cameras are creating a surveillance state. And if we concede that, which we should, because it is a reality, then we have to create ways for the public to be able to access that information, and the press, by the way, who are very gung-ho for these things as well, so that we can have that balancing between those interests.
Any questions? Representative Scher.
So as both a Portsmouth Police Commissioner and one of the authors of Article 2B, I see very deeply both sides of the discussion. My concern with what is proposed is it completely eliminates Roman numeral 10 from 91A:5. And what that means is if Representative Lascelles wanted to file a right to know request for all the body cam footage from last week in his town, this bill as written would allow that and be an administrative and financial nightmare for his police department. And so the wide open, anybody can ask for body cam footage of anything way this bill is written is, as a police commissioner, is a deep concern to me. And while I might make changes in Roman numeral 10 in 91A:5, I'm curious whether there are ways to accomplish what you want without this wide open, anybody can ask for as much as they want from any day, week, month, year, that body cam footage from that police department.
I hear your concern. Thank you, Representative Scher. Perhaps then I mean, I don't want to concede beforehand, right? But at
Feel
a
free to
minimum, but at a minimum, the people in the video should be able to get access to that footage, correct?
Well, I don't have to answer questions, actually. No, not necessarily.
Okay.
It depends.
So can you help me understand?
We
Let
can-
me yes.
We can have a conversation outside of this.
Fair enough.
Back and forth. This is not the time for us to engage in a back.
I was actually enjoying that. But-
Sorry, it's hard
I'd ask the chair
to
to butt out, please.
yeah.
it's hard to lose the lawyer hat. I apologize. Let me state it this way. Perhaps if that is a legitimate concern, at a minimum, if we started in a narrower sense, then it would be helpful if we at least said that the parties in the body cam footage are entitled to the footage. That at a minimum is a good starting point, right? So we would keep the 3 excessive force, use of firearm, felony arrest, plus the people in the footage can get the footage.
Thank you.
And to some extent they can, I mean, they're in discovery, they're obviously, if they're charged, they're entitled to it. But if they're not, if no one's charged, currently you're correct. I don't believe that they can just say, because I'm in it, I should be able to get it.
Right, and I'm just going to tell another quick story as it springs to mind. Joe Kelly Levasseur, who's an alderman in Manchester, where I live, had a altercation with a bus driver. I don't know, it was during COVID, and it's Joe Kelly, so it was, a big drama story, fine. But then he was taken, as I understand it, to the Manchester PD, and he was interviewed. And in that interview, they did not use the cameras that are typically used in the police department. They used their body cam footage. And his supposition was that was to circumvent discovery and other ways of getting the information. Now, I have no idea. It's a Joe Kelly story. He told it to me over drinks, but, I read parts of it in the newspaper. So, that kind of stuff where it's like, well, we're using this to get around this are the things I'm trying to help rectify.
Thank you. I believe we're going to hear from a county attorney also. With regard to your first question about being able to answer things you hear, I would just say take notes, and you can email the committee later to rebut anything you heard that you felt was incorrect or needed further clarification.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Representative Muse, did you have a question? Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire County District 17, Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam. I'm actually not here for myself today. I'm here as a professional courtesy to Representative Dennis Mannion, who is currently serving as the sitting chairman over on Judiciary and was not able to be here. And he asked me to testify on his behalf with strong opposition to this bill. He's a retired law enforcement officer with 30 years of full-time experience, now working part-time for the local police agency. He's managed the body-worn camera program for the past 4 years. The current framework under RSA 91A5X, as amended by prior legislation such as HB 1584 in 2016, reflects a deliberative legislative intent to balance public access with the protection of individual privacy. Specifically, body-worn camera recordings are exempt from disclosure except in limited circumstances, such as depictions of restraint or use of force, discharge of firearm, or encounters resulting in a felony level arrest. And even then, only if the footage does not constitute an invasion of privacy or fall under other exemptions. The structure was designed to promote officer accountability in high-stakes situations while safeguarding the confidentiality of everyday interactions that occur in private spaces. The legislative history, including discussions around RSA 105D, use RSA 570A, underscores the intent to prevent the unwarranted release of footage that could expose vulnerable individuals or intrude into personal matters without compromising public oversight of public actions. To wrap this up, not to read everything here, the most critical point is body-worn cameras are currently voluntary for police agencies. They're voluntary, they're not required. If this bill passes and makes footage broadly subject to public requests, most departments will likely discontinue the body-worn camera program altogether due to the unsustainable burden, endless requests from anyone. We urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate in all forms of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Considering you're testifying for someone else, you won't be taking questions. The chair calls Jakob Avagam. No.
My name is Yaakov Abuhav, and I'd like to speak to a case I had regarding this specific topic. At this time, about a couple years ago, I was at the clerk's office in town. I was being denied service I was trying to get vehicle plates, which I was told I wasn't going to get. I just stood there insisting that I should get them as they're required to provide. The clerk called the police chief, who was right next door, and he came in. We had a whole exchange. The police chief said it's not really anything to do with me. The clerk is going to do what they're going to do. The clerk was trying to get me arrested, even though there was no one in line and there was no business going on. Eventually, I was told that I would need to leave the building. If I would not, I would get arrested. So under threat of arrest, I left the building. I had to contact the DMV, the director's office, who finally got back to them and ensure that they would provide the plates. I afterwards went to the police chief, who at this time already looked into the matter and said I was correct. She should have provided it. There was no need for him to be there. So I was like, all right, great. Can I get the copy of the body camera footage that shows what happened there? And he was like, yeah, sure. I'll email it to you. A few days later, he comes back and says that he's unable to release the body camera footage under 105D, which categorically, which he says he could not provide information. I argued that he could provide it if he wants. It's just a matter of he's not obligated to. The exemptions. Under exemptions of 91.810, there's no definitions. In the past, there was a bill that was provided a little more definition to those cases, but there wasn't. In my case, when we were talking about restraint with lack of any definition or case law, there was no clear answer. We went to the ombudsman's office, which became a long over a year. back and forth, which the town never sent any really representatives. They just sent a lawyer, so it became a whole legal thing. And within that, the ombudsman himself said it's not clear whether if there is if can departments provide it if they want to, is there a restriction on it or not? That was never answered. The case was at the end was ruled against me. I did not get the footage, but yet provided again no definition to the word restraint. So back to ground zero. If that was to happen again, any other case would go again to court because there for a lack of definition. The police chief said he was happy to provide the video, and he would do so if he thought he could legally do so. But his understanding of reading the law was telling him that he wasn't sure that he could provide it under 105D. So there's a point of there was no issues of privacy to anyone in this case. There was a public official who is acting in a legal manner. I, as the only citizen in the case, I could release my own right to privacy, which again there wasn't really. It was in a public space, but yeah, I was unable to get that footage. So there is an issue if we look at it as as it currently is, that it is compiled only for police work, and it's not something that the public has a right to access. I mean, in my specific situation, the police chief said he would give it, but he thought he couldn't. But broadly, I think if it's created with taxpayer money and there's no real even question of privacy here, then it should be open to whoever would want to get it. It's probably that.
Thank you. It just occurred to me, one of the things that I watch out for are conflicts of interest. And to me, it just strikes me as if you had an interaction with a town office or employee that did not look good for the town, and the only evidence of that was also held by the police who are also part of the town, that even if there wasn't one, it strikes me as the appearance of a conflict. And that's definitely something we should look at. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, and these are the kind of problems when it comes up when the body camera footage would show misconduct of an officer, even though we would all agree that something was wrong and it shouldn't have been done, unless it falls in within the 4 exemptions currently there, then it doesn't matter who is at fault or what they did. Was a police officer, driving drunk and he was fine and he was caught, and it all gets covered up under the police investigation or whatever it is. The public never gets to see that video. So yeah, in that case, it helped to cover it. Even more so than that, the clerk puts up a sign that nobody's allowed a video in her office, even though previously 2 police chiefs in the town would not enforce that as a rule. She continues to display it. So she says you can't film there. And when there was body camera footage from this incident that was showing that they were doing something wrong, it couldn't be released.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Muse.
Just to clarify, were you or any of the town officials charged with any sort of a crime or violation because of this incident?
No, this is pretty common where if they either don't like you, don't like what's going on, I've received threats of arrest, or under general disorderly conduct, disobeying an officer. There's very broad ways for the police to make up something. Then in one case, I did get arrested, and then the state for 2 misdemeanors, and the state wouldn't the prosecutors took up the case, and then both of them at court were null pros. They didn't follow up on it. It's just a way to harass people, to get them go away. There's no evidence. They'll throw on the case. They'll give you the misdemeanor charge, and then knowing they have a very weak case, they'll just not defend it in court. There's no consequences to any of these people later. Not the officers, not the prosecutor, not the town officials. I've made complaints. Nothing happens. It's a one-sided road.
So you were not charged with anything?
Sorry. In that incident specifically, I was not, but I was told that if I would not leave the building, I was going to be arrested for disorderly conduct. Even though I didn't shout, I didn't yell, I didn't curse, there was no one in line. There was nothing that I wasn't bothering anybody other than the fact that I was trying to get vehicle plates on my vehicle.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Carla Slaughter.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Kayla Slaughter, and I'm here to oppose this bill. I've heard a lot of testimony this morning about perceived injustices, and I would just like to point out to the committee that there's a lot of ways to redress these perceived injustices other than what is being proposed here. For example, if somebody has a criminal matter, they're going to get discovery materials. If the prosecutor does not comply with the rules of discovery and withholds exculpatory information, they can be subject to various Brady violations. There is accountability there. Likewise with town officials, the majority of town officials are elected. If somebody doesn't like what they're doing, the redress is to elect somebody else. Finally, there's redress for the police department. You can file a formal complaint and have it looked at. So I just wanted to clarify that point for the committee, that if there are perceived injustices, there are other easier ways to get redress. I'd also like to talk about the vagueness of this statute. It is extremely overbroad. The law in this area is unclear as to how to protect juveniles, for instance. So if there are juveniles in this video, are they redacted? To what extent? Does it protect victims of domestic violence? And what does this do for people's safety and privacy in that context? And then finally, all I would like to add to the committee is the redactions through Axon, which is the primary company that provides the body-worn camera video service, is horrendous. It's literally a frame-by-frame redaction that is extremely time-consuming, and if there's no clarity onto what is exactly to be redacted, it's ripe for litigation. So this is not going to solve problems, it's going to create more. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Captain Brian Treffy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I prepared some written testimony for today, but in full transparency, Representative Rhodes and Ms. Sauter stole 99% of my thunder. So in lieu of echoing their already clearly established points, I just want to throw out some of my opinions on some additional shortcomings with the bill as presented. To touch on Ms. Slaughter's last point regarding the redaction efforts. So the process for redaction currently is body-worn camera manager at the Nashville Police Department. We have a 91A request that we're going to honor pursuant to the exceptions in 91A5. He's going to watch the video. Okay, the video is 30 minutes. He then needs to go frame by frame in order to redact the video. That's the most time-consuming process. It takes about an hour for every 10 minutes of video. Okay, so 30 minutes watch time, and now you're at 3 hours redaction time. And then once the redaction is complete, you have to rewatch the video to make sure all the redactions were completed, took, and that nothing else needs redaction. So for a 30-minute video, you're invested 4 hours of man hours or woman hours into that. So it's a very inefficient process for a bill that's overly vague, and there's a number of protections already in place. Outside of the main ones listed in 91A5, if I'm a person that felt that I was wronged by a municipality and I was to file civil suit against said municipality, there are retention guidelines in the body-worn camera statute that specify existing retention periods for civil-related matters, and I would be entitled to those pursuant to civil discovery, just like legal discovery. If I file a complaint for misconduct against an officer, I might not be entitled to have my own copy of the video, but me personally, when I'm investigating an allegation against an officer, if the complainant would like to come to my office at the police department and we can watch the video together, that's something that I allow. And if they are unsatisfied with how that whole process occurs, and it is an allegation of misconduct, then we have a mechanism in place for that with the conduct review committee at the state. And then the video goes to those folks. So now you have an independent body who is responsible for overseeing officer misconduct, and they have the ability to review that video to confirm or dispel the complaint. So those protections are already in place. So if the purpose of the bill is to ensure transparency and accountability, I don't know how it does that further than what existing law already provides. What it does do is it opens the door for curiosity requests. So in my 23 years as a police officer, I've held a variety of positions. I spent a lot of time in the detective bureau, and what is pretty customary during high profile investigations, right, is we make an arrest, and daily, weekly, depending on what the media outlet is, they request a copy of the arrest log, which they're entitled to. And they see that John Smith was arrested for, give me a salacious offense, prostitution, right? So they go down to the court because they want to find out who John Smith is. Like, is there any public interest in who John Smith is? They go down to the court and they find out what docketed materials are there. Because if it's a docketed material, they can then obtain copies of complaints, affidavits, all the things, right, that they can then blast out to the world. Well, what would the next step be pursuant to this law? Well, we're going to get the body camera footage, and we're going to blast that out on the 5 o'clock news. Again, before John Smith has had a trial, before he's been criminally convicted, all his business, his interaction with a police officer, because it was captured on body-worn camera footage, is going to get broadcasted to the world to see. Like, I feel like that's a little bit inappropriate. But further than that, one of the sections of this bill that kind of took me the wrong way is, paragraph 2, section B, where it talks about imagery of minors, victims of sexual assault, private locations where individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy, unless the public interest in disclosure outweighs the privacy interest. In what world does a body camera video of a sexual assault victim or a victim of child abuse, does the public interest outweigh the privacy interests of those depicted in the video? Like, to me, that's absurd. But I can get off my soapbox regarding that. National Police Department last year, we had just shy of 100,000 videos. That's a lot of videos that could be out in the world, some which should be, and others which, outside of satisfying the curiosity of a few people that want to know, they're just day-to-day interactions that get purged on a retention cycle, which isn't mentioned in this bill. There's a statute that covers body-worn camera usage and retention guidelines and all the things, and none of that is mentioned in this bill. So I think there's a lot of shortcomings with the language. With that being said, I conclude my testimony. We'll take any questions.
Representative Scheer.
Putting aside the bill as it's written, if there were an amendment that added another exception to 91A5, the right to know request, that said an individual who is in a body cam has the right to get access to have a copy of that body cam footage. Would you be supportive of that? And if not, why not?
So I don't know what I'm representing the Chiefs Association, so I don't know what the association's position on that, but Brian Trepery's position is it, as I could care less, to be quite honest with you. If John Smith is in a video of mine and it's during the accordance of my duties and I have an interaction with John Smith and John Smith wants a copy of that video, under majority of circumstances, maybe he's a suspect in a crime and there's some other like exceptions that we can't iron out, but generally speaking, you and I have an interaction after this proceeding in the city of Nashua, and
I'm not planning it. But.
No, neither am I. I have zero issue with that whatsoever, because really we're talking about it's 2025, right? This clearly established. 2026. You're very correct. So it is 2026. Very clearly established that me, the police, we have zero right to privacy when we're performing our duties, right? At any time, any millions of people can be recording me. Completely cool, right? There's nothing that prohibits John. It's nothing that prohibits me from being the only person that has a camera recording. So the majority of people have a cell phone on them right now. I imagine just about everybody in this room has a cell phone that's capable of taking video. Every one of you could be recording me right now. I have zero recourse for that. So if my body camera is also recording, what do you need my body camera for? Your video is going to show what it is. And with that being said, a little bit of a tangent. With that exception, again, don't have a problem with it. I do like the fact that the municipalities impacted by that should be able to charge for the costs associated with that, because there's still going to be redaction that is necessary. To what degree is probably going to be less than if you're requesting a video that is really, a third party that you have no vested interest in.
Thank you.
Representative Meese?
Just one thing to clarify, a person who might be, what you seem to be opening the door to, and and Representative shares that anybody who's captured in a body cam video could request the footage, even somebody who's just there incidentally, somebody walking on the sidewalk, somebody who just happens to be there. Is that what you're saying yes to as well?
No, I was under the impression you're talking about like the subject of the interaction.
Okay.
So
That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Hacken Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Earlier in your testimony, you mentioned something that you labeled curiosity requests, and I'm just wondering, could you foresee an opportunity under this legislation for requests that go beyond curiosity requests and in fact are more like frivolous or malicious requests, where their sole design is to retaliate against either law enforcement or create an administrative burden for the municipality itself?
Yes, I think those are both valid concerns, but let's just take the law enforcement aspect out of it, right? The retaliatory request against a ex-spouse or a rival of a coworker you don't like, of some person that you go to school with, right? Those retaliatory requests are the ones that I'm most concerned with. Because again, why should it be my business? This bill allows for that. This bill allows for John Smith to request a well-being check on his kids at his ex-wife's home, and for him to get a copy with redactions, but again, what are redactions? And for him to get a copy of that. Now, is that legitimate because she's a bad mom and he's concerned about his children? Or is it malicious? He's a bad guy, which is why they're not together, and he's using this as reconnaissance or fact-finding in order to plan misdeeds in the future. Right? Both of those things could be true, but we need to protect the people that are vulnerable the most, and giving people unfettered access to their worst moments or their intimate moments is not appropriate, in my opinion.
Thank you for the follow-up. along those same lines, I think, I guess it sounds like your concern is that there might be reputational harm to folks as an unintended consequence of a potential frivolous or malicious request under this law, and there's nothing to protect those reputational harms from happening. Is that your assessment?
I think that would be one of the unintended consequences. And I do also want to point out that per statute, per policy, not 100% of citizen interactions are recorded on police body camera footage. So a request could be as simple as, hey, I want footage, and sorry, footage doesn't exist because the footage in of itself would be contrary to either law or policy.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Jason Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Roy, members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Smith. I'm a captain with the Salem Police Department. I've served for 29 years in law enforcement here in New Hampshire. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. And for when I go through my testimony, for a number of reasons that have not been brought up yet, that I think the committee needs to be aware of, that are wrong with this bill. And I'm doing this on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police and my chief, Joel Dolan of the Salem Police Department. In my current duties, I serve as the Support Bureau Commander for the Salem Police Department. I oversee prosecution, records, detectives, accreditation, internal investigations, and numerous other ancillary tasks, including the PIO for the department. But the one ancillary task that takes up the most of my time is 91A. 91A and body cameras takes up the most of my time. We at Salem, unfortunately, do not have a position that manages body-worn camera. We have 70 full-time officers and 15 part-time officers, and really it comes down to me and some other staff kind of getting it together. What I do is I know 91A because I've been dealing with it for a long time. And when I say dealing with it, I mean, yes, there is a right for certain things, but this bill is going to destroy the camera program in this state. And let me go through why. First, I'd like to address the estimated political subdivision impact that's at the bottom of the bill, because I do not believe it comes close to accurate as to what to expect in this area. I believe that there's two troubling areas within that statement at the bottom of the bill. Under the revenue impact, it states the bill states a public body may charge actual costs for redaction and processing of body-worn camera requests. That sounds great. Amounts that may be charged and collected are indeterminable at this time, however, would be offset to costs to law enforcement agencies in complying with this bill. This bill does not state this. The proposed bill merely states it may charge actual costs for redaction and processing of body-worn camera requests in accordance with paragraph 4 of RSA 91A:4. Paragraph 4 of that statute does not remotely address the actual costs of redaction and processing. That section deals with copying costs, and that has been litigated to death by the Supreme Court about copying costs, about all of that. But what the Supreme Court has never allowed is for us to charge man hours. If this bill is intending us to charge man hours, then put it in the bill, because the man hours, and I'm going to get into that, are going to be extreme, and they're going to be very extreme. And here we go. Paragraph 4 also only talks about copying. Next, under the local expenditure impact, the study neglects what will actually happen if this bill becomes law. Prior to coming here today, I told my chief, I'm only going to go today if I can say the following, and here it comes. The expenditure impact does not take into account that this bill will save money. This bill is going to save money in this state. It's going to save money because local PDs are going to dump the body-worn camera program. That is guaranteed. We're going to get rid of it. And I'm going to get into why in a few minutes. I apologize, but I'm kind of adamant on this. The expenditure impact does not take into account that we will probably dump body cams. Unlike a normal records request, which is usually paper copies, dispatch audio, emails, photographs, that requires none of that really requires duplication of effort. To watch a body cam, and my comrade from Nashville brought into this, it doesn't just require duplication of effort. You have an officer at a scene. Let's say we have 4 officers at a scene of a dead body for 2 hours. That is 4 officers, that's 8 hours of footage now, of 2 hours of a dead body. Well, we're going to have a number of things we're going to have to redact out of that. Most likely the dead body. Nothing suspicious, not a homicide. Anyone now under this bill can be like, I just saw in the police log there's a dead body. I want to see the body cam footage. Here we go, 91A request. So now, me, probably, is going to be stuck going through 8 hours of video. And it has been stated previously, we don't use Axon in Salem, we use utility. But it is painful. You have to go frame by frame. First, you have to watch the video to see that it's relevant. There's no other requirements to redact. Then you have to find the redactions. So for a dead body, maybe we just need to redact the body every time a body cam turns, gets on the body, or if some other thing in the room that has to be redacted. That sounds easy. It's not. It's going to take hours of work. And it's being compounded by how many officers are on scene. Because everything that we've talked about today seems to be one officer's body cam. I talked to the chief. No, there's multiple officers at multiple calls with hours of footage, and then the in-car video that might have a camera on the back cage of a prisoner that's a continuation of the arrest that's going to be subject to the 91A that already is not protected by 91A, which I'm surprised people don't ask for that footage because it's not protected under 91A. Well, I'm just letting you know, there's other options out there to get around this. So again, I've gone over the 2 hours. Unlike the current law, which states the body cam footage is exempt unless it depicts obviously restraint, use of force, discharge of a firearm, or felony level arrest, under the current law, a 2-hour incident to get to 1 minute of footage could take up to 2 days to do. It took me 2 days to redact 5 body cams of officers attempting to arrest a nude male for about 90 seconds of footage. It took me 2 days. There was 5 officers wrestling with a nude man. And to compound this, there was a kid in the scene. So it took me 2 days to redact for 90 seconds of the felony arrest and the use of force. 2 days. That's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take. And this is just on a normal routine felony arrest that's subject already to 91A. I may not have gray hair. Well, I do, but I'm balding because of it. That's kind of a joke. Anyway, unlike what you see on TV, it is not as simple as picking a place, drawing a square, and the redactor just stays. No, his genitalia was moving all over the screen. So I had to go screen by screen to redact his genitalia for 2 hours on 5 different body cam footages. Now, if I had to produce the entire video, that entire video with multiple officers probably existed for like 3 or 4 hours that we had to deal with him until we got him to the jail. So that's what I'm going to be redacting. But I'm going to be retired by that point because I'm not going to sit here and do that. I'm just letting you know. That's not happening. In both these cases, I had to provide full video redactions. The other case was last week. Last week for me was 91A day. I picked a day. I said, I'm going to get to all my 91As. And I sat through and I only got through one. It was one video footage of a felony arrest that took me all day to redact 8 different videos. And in that case, it wasn't even a Salem case. Massachusetts chased someone into our state. And because we made the felony arrest, I had to go through about 16 different officers' body cam footage to get because both subjects ran in different directions, I had to get the body cam for this arrest over here and the body cam for this arrest over here. And it took me the entire day to satisfy about 30 seconds of footage that got released. And again, I'm only talking about partial releases. What this bill is proposing is full release. So what is the bill short on? The proposed bill requires redaction for personal identifying information, social security numbers, dates of birth, medical or welfare data, or other information that would constitute an invasion of privacy, imagery of minors, victims of sexual assault, private locations where an individual would have a reasonable expectation of privacy, unless public disclosure outweighs privacy interest, which again, the Nashua captain spoke about very elegantly there. But it doesn't take into account all the redactions that this person is going to have to go through if this bill went into law. And what I take into account to meet the statutory and legal requirements. RSA 260:14, the so-called New Hampshire Driver Privacy Act, requires motor vehicle records not to be made public. This includes licenses, certificates, registrations, histories, and any personal information on them. This means every bit of video needs to be screened, not only on the visual side, but on the audio side. Because if I have an officer in the booking room saying, hey, he's got a cert copy request and a conviction for habitual offender, that needs to be redacted. And that is very common. We're in the booking room or we're outside the cruiser talking about what we're going to do on an arrest. We're talking about their prior history sometimes. All of that has to be redacted. That's just one thing that's not mentioned in the bill. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has stated in case law that 91A does not explicitly address requests for police investigative files. However, they've established a two-pronged test to use when portions or all of these records may be redacted, to include being potentially prejudicial to the right to a fair trial for a defendant, be an unwarranted invasion of privacy, which is addressed in the bill, reveal a confidential source, disclose law enforcement techniques and procedures that risk circumvention of the law, endanger the life or physical safety of any person, or 6, interfere with enforcement proceedings. This requirement is far beyond the scope of civilian employee or your young average officer. This is going to require an experienced, knowledgeable officer, probably a supervisor, to be doing these redactions, as is the case here in Salem, and I believe the captain said he did it for them or he oversaw it. You can't be hiring a civilian. This is a law enforcement officer you're hiring, someone that you're expecting to sit there for hours and days and months on end for the request to roll in. And they're going to roll in. Make no doubt, they're going to roll in. RSA 21-M colon 8-K, rights of crime victims, the so-called Victim Bill of Rights, specifically protects the rights of victim confidentiality regarding personal information, as well as their right to be free of intimidation and to be reasonably protected from the accused. While this proposed bill does not mention victims of sexual assault, it does mention misdemeanor victims of sexual assault. It seems to ignore, while this proposed bill does mention victims of sexual assault, it does. It seems to ignore the requirements of the Victim Bill of Rights. And that's something that we will have to redact for. And that's more and more time over what are going to be nonstop 91A requests. They will be. I could go on length on what this means, but I'll leave it at that. Finally, the proposed bill does state imagery of minors must be redacted. What does that mean? Does that mean a juvenile under the age of 18? Because the definition of minor depends on what part of the statute you're looking at. Is a 16-year-old DWI offender a minor, or is he an adult? Is a 19-year-old kid with a bottle of alcohol in a public place a minor, or is he an adult? Because under the statute, he's a minor. Now, typically, it would be a person under 18, but the bill doesn't address that. That's just something else that is being thrown in here that you're leaving it to the police to have to negotiate this or hire attorneys. It's an additional cost for the vetting of this. The scope of the redactions required, as well as the requirement to scour hours upon hours of video and audio to make redactions required by law, would require a full-time experienced, well-trained officer in 91A as the only option to do this. The other option, as I have stated when I opened, and the far more plausible option, would be to discontinue body cams to avoid these onerous tasks. Should this bill pass, this would be the ultimate result, the discontinuation of body cameras, which is a shame because when Salem PD began the conversations in early 2020 to research our body-worn camera, we discussed 91A and what a risk it was if this law changed. We came up with 5 objectives in our body-worn camera that it would enhance officer safety, that the program will capture evidence for successful criminal prosecutions, that the program will help in identifying training needs to improve officer performance. The program will provide an accurate accounting of the daily interaction between citizens and the police. The program will enhance the investigation of citizen complaints by providing an accurate accounting of events. In our review of the program each year, the body cam program has exceeded by a significant margin the stated objectives of the program. Unless the state is willing to fund full-time positions across the state to deal with this, and in some agencies like Nashua and Manchester, you're going to need multiple full-time positions to deal with these requests. Then this will be the end of the body-worn camera program. In closing, I would ask that that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate, and I would take any questions. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we have one.
So I think you've kind of said it, but would this increase the weaponization of 91A and the abuse of 91A?
To answer this question, let me give you a story that happened to us in the last 4 months where I've been named by an auditor, whatever we want to call it, Free State audit, whatever, First Amendment auditor.
Yep.
An individual went to the Kelly Library in town in Salem, and he drew attention to himself. He was legally doing what he was doing. He drew attention to himself, and I believe, and again, this is my opinion, he did this to try and get the police to come. We showed up. The officers talked to him for like 5 seconds, knew what he was doing, and walked away and told the library staff, you just got to deal with it. Walked away. What came next? 91A request body cam footage. We denied it because we didn't restrain him. We didn't do anything. He's just seeking this. So then the auditor then made a separate 91A request for the police report, which we didn't even do a police report. It was just a call for service. But then he requested the 91A on the audit trail for the cameras, which I was like, there's no reason not to give him to that. We'll give him to that. That's 50 cents a page. He came to the station. He made such a scene that yelling, walking around to windows at the PD, we just let him go, let him do it. He's actually videotaping my whiteboard in my office because I had my window a little bit open that talked about a homicide case. He was videotaping that. That went all on the internet. And then he falsely claimed that he was the media, he didn't have to pay the 50 cents per page, and that we were violating 91A and the federal law, that somehow we violated it. And I've been more than willing to talk to him, but he has decided not to call me. That is what we deal with on a daily basis. And in Salem, we're fortunate. We don't deal with it as much as other parts of the state, but we deal with that. And our officers are well trained on how to deal with that. But it is the reality. So to the answer to your question, absolutely.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. The chair calls the Honorable Neil Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and to members of the committee. For the record, my name is Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I'm here representing myself. When I was in the legislature, I was involved in writing this particular section of statute. And it's a carefully drawn balance between the needs of the police department and the financial needs of the state and the police departments, as well as the privacy interests of individuals. There was testimony that suggested that this bill was designed to prevent a surveillance state. I put it to you that the statute is designed to prevent a surveillance state because it makes sure that all of these videos are not kept forever. They disappear in 180 days with exceptions if there's a lawsuit involved or something. The concern at the time this was written was that these body-worn cameras would be used to create all sorts of surveillance about people, be kept forever, and in fact we have what exists now in Britain where there's closed-circuit television everywhere. If any of you watch the program Spooks, you'll see that they use it extensively. This was designed to prevent that kind of thing in this area. However, something that came up today was something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I hope you'll consider it. I'm not suggesting you adopt it or dispose of it, but the idea that an individual who is the subject of this body-worn camera film should have a right to get a copy of the film insofar as he or she is concerned. The problem with that, while I think that's an important right for each of us, if the state is going to take our pictures, the problem is that if the body-worn camera takes a picture of me and I'm in a crowd, there's a whole bunch of other people whose pictures are going to be taken and will become public. So if you're going to go down this road, you've got to do something about blurring or obscuring any face, anything that is other than me, the individual requesting it. And as you've heard, that's not cheap, and there's a balance to be drawn here, and that's what the committee has to decide. I oppose this bill as it's written. The only thing I think that you might want to consider, and again, as I say, I'm not sure whether it's a good idea or how expensive it would be to allow an individual to get a copy of a body-worn camera film in which he or she is portrayed, subject to the obscuring of everybody else's face. If you pass this and you're not, you can let finance deal with the financial implications of this, but the policy implications are something that I think are in this committee's bailiwick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be pleased to take any questions if there are any, and I see there is one.
Representative Scheer.
Thank you, and welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Kirk. And just to follow up on the subject, several people brought up access by the subject of the body-worn camera to it. And again, I'm thinking out loud and on this, but might the cost, the redaction cost, as you described, be solved by a release just of the audio portion of the encounter with the subject?
There would also, according to the testimony you've heard, thank you for that question, by the way, there would also be a cost since there might be some information on the audio portion, such as a social security number or a reference to a motor vehicle offense, that would have to be redacted. The point of this is that it would significantly limit the additional number of requests that would come forward to police departments, and therefore the extraordinary cost that was described to you, if the bill were to become adopted, would not be the case if you expanded it just to let the individual. But I would think you'd want, the individual would want and should have his visual image as well as any audio relating directly to him or her.
Thank you.
And by the way, I don't know how I would vote on that. That's a really tough question. There are good arguments on both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think so. I'm not sure. The chair calls Brendan Davy. I believe is it lieutenant or captain? Oh, major. Congratulations.
The thinning of the herd, I think. I'd blame for that, sir. There are, as we've talked about, a fair number of mistakes made in state government. So, and here I am. I am the major in charge of the Operations Bureau, one of the 3 bureaus of the New Hampshire State Police, and I am here to testify in opposition to this bill, which I will do my best to avoid being cumulative in my comments to those very effectively argued points by those who went before me. I do find that the bill is overbroad and exposes us to a grave risk in terms of the privacy interests of members of the public. I would state that as the Free State, people can and do very often record us. You'll find a video of me on YouTube, the gentleman in headquarters who wanted to be sure I was going to get something up the chain of command to our leadership. And he recorded. I did not, because it did not, in my mind, satisfy what I believe was a law enforcement interaction under 105D. So that's the only record of that. And in light of the prospect of a law like this being enacted, I'm very grateful. The challenge with redaction is substantial. I will only add to what's been spoken on that issue by saying that our experience is that it takes approximately, as opposed to, I believe it was 10 minutes of redaction, or 1 hour of redaction work to get to 10 minutes of video. We have found that it's actually an hour of redaction work to get 3 minutes of video. And in the case that was adjudicated civilly for release of all the body-worn videos, and there are 6 of them that came from the YDC incident, that effort was enormous. We took people out of their customary roles for something on the order of a month. So I will state that the information given with regard to what I believe it would cost the state for numerous additional positions is a serious undersell as compared with the realities here. I would argue furthermore that this will, without question, cause agencies to go away from body-worn camera. It makes me long for the days where I had a microphone pack with a Video 8 recorder on my ceiling liner in my cruiser, because I could get the audio and yet the video was such that it was a view that's afforded to the public. By contrast, body-worn camera is almost necessarily going to invoke significant privacy rights, because as soon as I'm standing next to a vehicle, I'm capturing footage of all the people in the video, of information that these people give that would be subject to redaction, both audio and video. And then as soon as a trooper is out of his or her cruiser and in a home, in a domestic incident or anything like that, the implications for privacy concerns are numerous and substantial. Furthermore, the redaction costs that I have, the work that has been spoken to, the difficulty of doing that, are all in cases where the redaction is for this face or that face, and as they move, and of course, body-worn camera footage moves a great deal, so it's an awful lot to keep track of. In the case of a person in a private residence who wishes for their residence and the photographs and the layout and things of that nature not to be displayed in a video that would otherwise be released under this legislation, I'm not aware of a case where what I guess I would refer to as inverse redaction occurs, where a person, their face, would be the only thing that remains visible while the surrounds, the environs, are redacted, as may actually be required for us to comply with this legislation were it to become law. AI hasn't caught up with this technology yet, and it is for the industry leader still a laborious effort, and they are without question the industry leader, and the company that we utilize for our body-worn cameras cannot approach that ability as yet. With regard to the provision that it would constitute which is in section Roman 2, section A, near the bottom of the page, so I'm talking lines 23 through 25. Personal identifying information of individuals, including social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, medical or welfare data, and other information whose disclosure would constitute an invasion of privacy under 91A5(4). I would cite that under RSA 105D2, privacy interests are subordinated within the law currently, in that at the moment that we make a determination to make a warrantless arrest in someone's house, because now we're risking the use of force, potentially deadly force, we begin recording at that point over the objection and over the privacy interests. Moving on to the next paragraph, which is parenthetical B, starting on line 26. The imagery of minors, victims of sexual assault, private locations where individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy, unless the public interest in disclosure outweighs the privacy interest. My question here is, who makes the determination as to what the public interest is that outweighs the privacy interest? That is absolutely replete with litigation. It's just waiting to, it's a wave waiting to break. Current law and policy, I would argue, are sufficient to protect the public interest for law enforcement accountability, as was testified at the very beginning. We have concerns that we're creating a police state at the same time that it was noted that these body-worn cameras were and are paid for by the public, and their use is endorsed by the public and in their interest. Within civil and criminal litigation, and within the area of complaints, the Conduct Review Committee with the Police Academy, et cetera, are vehicles appropriate for the scrutiny of this footage? And I would argue that is sufficient as it stands. And by contrast, that this legislation, were it to pass, proposes significant risks of immediate overwhelm from an administrative standpoint, a lot of civil litigation to come, and I would also encourage people. I had no problem with the gentleman who recorded me in headquarters. Nothing to hide. I was not using my law enforcement authority. I was offering a public service by entertaining him in his request. And I think that our experience within the New Hampshire State Police has proven that 1,000 to 1, that's exactly what the video proves. So furthermore, the law actually limits us in ways presently that we would prefer that it not. For example, training footage. We're able to use under RSA 105D footage from our cameras for the sake of training exercises to illuminate to all of our people what some few have gone through and to help them to do their jobs more effectively. What we're actually not able to do under the present law is to share footage from body-worn cameras that would help illuminate to the public the great services that our people render. In many cases, because the other requirements for the release of body-worn camera footage have not been met. And so when it comes to making our recruitment videos or our PR and helping people understand what goes on out there and the difficulty in which we greet those we serve, I believe there actually could be some constructive conversation about what I would refer to as minor expansions for releasability of body-worn camera. But as compared with what this legislation proposes, given the options, I would ask that that this matter be concluded inexpedient to legislate and that we stay where we're at for now.
Thank you. Regarding the gentleman who testified about his interaction at Town Hall earlier, I'm inclined to think that if there's a video of me interacting with law enforcement and another public official, that I should be able to get that. Although I do understand that there would be some redaction potential necessary for that. But with regard to other things, there's a lot of things that you as a law enforcement officer do that have absolutely nothing to do with law enforcement. And you deal with people often, it's not their best moment or their happiest moment. For example, if you go make a death notification to someone's home to let them know that, you know, their son or daughter just passed away in an accident, would that then be subject to release under this law? Or would that fall into the public interest? I mean, it's not. So I'm curious. There's a lot of interactions that aren't enforcement, but they are public service and they're often tragic. So where would we draw from in that bill to know what is and what is not?
Yes, sir. That's a great question. For your question, because it's a question about the use of body-worn cameras, I immediately go back to the statute controlling our use of body-worn cameras, and death notifications are not a law enforcement related encounter or activity that requires their use, and therefore, just as with the gentleman in the lobby at headquarters, it's not something I would record. Many encounters where a person asks for directions, asks for a little bit of information about where the court is or some procedural question or something of that nature. We don't record those. However, because human interaction in and of itself creates the risk that a person could be so dissatisfied with my response to their request for directions that they could create some kind of outburst, perhaps be criminal, violent, whatever. Those are very extreme and very unusual circumstances. But at the moment where a trooper intends to exercise his or her authority under the law based on what they believe is a violation of law, then even if the context set initially were a non-record situation under RSA 105D, it would then convert to a record situation. So as far as death notification, sir, unless it were committed within the course of a broader context where the camera were already rolling, it wouldn't actually, that footage wouldn't exist. Were it to exist under those circumstances, obviously an extremely sensitive matter. And despite what is clearly a voracious public interest, these situations aren't, they're not the news, and we're not here to entertain people. There's plenty of that out there, and I would recommend people get their own footage for such things.
And to follow up on that, that's the New Hampshire State Police policy, but does the statute as it exists now allow for constant body cam on for some police departments? In other words, once you hit the cruiser, your camera's on for the next 8 hours and that's
No,
it?
sir.
So the statute is clear. It has to be turned off for death notifications and things of that nature.
The statute is clear that entire shifts are not to be recorded.
Yep.
And differentiates between law enforcement related activities and encounters, meaning cases that involve traffic control, arrests, large scale incidents, things of that nature, where we're exercising our authority versus helping a person find a lost child, dog, family member, directions, questions about a form that they're entertaining, putting in a motion with the court or something of that nature. And those non-related, non-law enforcement related encounters or public service type activities generally are not recorded.
Thank you. Representative Scher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. One technical question, then another question. Technical question as to Axon and their capabilities. You talked about inverse redaction, that you block out everything but the subject of the encounter.
Yes, sir.
Is that easier or harder to do than redacting specific faces?
I have no idea, sir. And the term inverse redaction is one that I've come up with on my own to conceptualize how it is that we could comply with this law, give a person the video that depicted them in an environment that they also had a right, and by this law, we would be required to redact for privacy
So
interests.
if I were to ask Axon about their inverse redaction capabilities, they would just laugh at me. You
Yes,
don't have
sir.
to answer that.
If there's a copyright, I would claim it and hope to buy us new tasers, sir.
Fair enough. I'd like to share on that. Second question, in struggling with this, what I think the Honorable Mr. Kirk was struggling with, and I think what the chair is thinking about in terms of the individual who's the subject of the encounter, having a right to access to that. Half measure in that direction might be any individual who's filed a complaint against a police officer. I think a prior officer testified about police department, when a complaint is filed against an officer, they go look at it, and in fact, they're very helpful in resolving complaints.
Yes, sir.
Would you have any problem with, if a complaint was filed against an officer, that the individual who filed that complaint have access to the body cam?
Thank you for your question, sir. I think that's a fair question, and in the interest of transparency within a much more limited context, such as that one, personally, my stance would be fairly agreeable to that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Who had? Oh, Representative Paquette.
Thank you for taking my question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to clarify, I guess. So one of the things that I've had the interesting experience of doing lately is I went on some ride-alongs in Manchester. So with the way that this is written, so I'm in a lot of those videos. So
ma'am.
with this is written, I mean, I don't have any need to have that, but that would allow me to get a lot of the video, or request at least a lot of the video that, of things that I saw while I was out there with the police. I'm just
This
looking to
legislation, as
clarify
I
an
read
idea.
it, does
Yes,
not limit
as-
it to you. Any person
Oh, okay.
in the state of New Hampshire, any person anywhere could say, you have a video of a car stop that occurred, and they could fill in the blanks and say, I want that.
Oh, okay. So even broader. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Muse.
One last question. To your knowledge, is it a crime for somebody who receives a copy of a body cam video to alter it in any way?
To my knowledge, no, but to the point of your question, sir, it does also bring up an area of increased risk, which is generative AI, for example. So that storage costs being what they are, if we were to release video, we might actually have an interest in keeping the original of that video in perpetuity, to be able to defend against the risk that somehow it would be made into something, a deep fake, I'll say, something that it was not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The chair calls County Attorney Paul Halverson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Paul Halverson, Merrimack County Attorney. A lot of my thunder was taken by some of the officers that testified prior. I would like to start out with a comment about the last question that was asked regarding whether certain things were illegal, about altering the video. I'm aware of one case that's currently being litigated where an individual did indeed a video to have an officer saying something that he did not say. The individual who altered it apparently used AI to alter it. I'm not going to go into detail beyond that because it's still an open case, but that is currently going on now, and that's frankly one of the big concerns that I have as county attorney is the altering of these items. One thing that I think many folks glossed over in discussion but didn't really focus on is 105D2 already has a litany of prohibitions in it, what you can and can't do. And they're all in 105D2 paragraph 12 and also paragraph 15. It talks about no person, including without limitations officers and their supervisors, shall edit, alter, erase, duplicate, delete, copy, and I'll skip a little bit. It goes on to share, display, or otherwise distribute in any manner any body-worn cameras or portions thereof. Portions thereof would include the audio portion extracted off of a body-worn video. Paragraph 13 goes on to say body-worn camera materials only for law enforcement purposes. And it goes on to say in paragraph 15 that recordings shall not be divulged or used by law enforcement agencies for any other non-law enforcement purpose. They also include commercial purpose, but I focus here on any other non-law enforcement purpose. So the legislature, when they enacted 105D2, already put in commandments that prohibit many of the items from, as a matter of fact, all of the items from being in any way copied or distributed. In Merrimack County, I have been trying to enforce this for years, and I have been relying on court orders so I don't violate the law. I have been instructing police departments in Merrimack County, you get a court order to release it because 105D2, the legislature has spoken, and according to our Constitution, only the legislature can suspend a law. The legislature put forward the policy, you can't do certain things. We've been litigating that frequently over the course of the last several years. So I just want to point out that I think it's important to look back at 105D2, look back at the policy of 105D2, and look back at the intent of 105D2. Along with that, part of the legislation that's proposed talks about removing some exclusion terms, I believe out of 91A under section 10, made by a law enforcement officer. The exceptions would be restraint, use of force, discharge of firearm. Those parallel many of the items that are retained under 105D2 for a minimum of 3 years. And that 3-year period addresses both complaints against an officer or civil or criminal litigation issues. And that I'm of the opinion that 3-year period, it says minimum of 3 years. If there's litigation going beyond 3 years, a court can order a department to maintain that video ad nauseum. They can order them, they may be maintained until the completion of the litigation, whether civil or criminal, or any appeal period. I think that's within the power of the court. But to remove the exceptions out of 91A takes the synchronizing between 91A and 105D2 away, and I don't think that is a good idea as a matter of policy. Line 6, page 1, line 6 in the legislation has some exclusionary words in it, except as limited by 91A5 or other applicable law. I just mentioned 105D2, the prohibitions in 105D2. Those prohibitions in 105D2 referred to in 1587 at page 1, line 6, basically remove any ability to release any video under 91A, the way I read the statute, because you default back to the limitations under 105D2, which says you can't copy it, alter it, delete it, share it, reproduce it, etc. So I think that language alone takes this entire recommended or proposed statute, throws it away. I'm cutting short some of my comments because of other individuals' commentary. On page 1, line 18 to 19, this is worth reiterating again. I agree wholeheartedly that I cannot figure out what, 18 to 29, I cannot figure out what public interest in anyone's mind would allow the video of a sexual assault victim to be handed out. And in the statute that's proposed, 1587, it talks about images of minors, victims of sexual assault. That uses sexual assault in the generic term. That means misdemeanor sexual assault, felonious sexual assault, aggravated felonious sexual assault. I think it includes all forms of sexual assault. And I think it is the utmost and bad policy to allow a victim of a sexual assault to be threatened with the release of their image and their statements on a body-worn camera. I think it is as bad a policy as could be imagined. I cannot overemphasize that from my perspective as a prosecutor. I'm concerned too that the proposed legislation seems to take what is typically in the law enforcement world, and I'll speak from the law enforcement world because that's what I'm in, takes an evidentiary item in a law enforcement world and now makes it a government proceeding, like a document that's releasable under 91A. Well, I'm concerned about that because what evidentiary item now going forward is going to be considered a releasable item under 91A? Are photographs releasable under 91A? A photograph is an evidentiary item. So will that eventually be releasable under 91A? In some circumstances, they may or may not be releasable now. But I think that defining an item of evidence in the criminal world, record, or a government proceeding, I don't think that is the right road that we want to go down. There are also disconnects that I see between 33A3A, which is the municipal records statute that talks about how long items are kept. When you look at 33A3A, I think I have the citation right, it lists 100 and some odd items that are identified specifically and given retention schedules. Under the police section, there's maybe half a dozen, 8 of them. Those items do not include evidentiary items. And therefore, I think that if anything has to happen with 1587, 105D2, 33A3A, they need to get married up. And I think if 1587 passes as is, they don't marry up. There are disconnects between definitions and application. I think those are difficult to overcome. Recently, in 2025, there was an appeal from a Superior Court court order to our state Supreme Court. And in there, they evaluated Part 1, Article 2B, the right to privacy. That was adopted in 2018, with 81%, slightly more than 81% of the electorate saying, yes, this is a good idea. While the appeal dealt mainly with private records, when I read the analysis of it, I said that analysis can apply to a public record, meaning Part 1, Article 2B was put in place to protect the privacy interests of an individual's information. And if you apply Part 1, Article 2B, which there's not a lot of case law on it, to releasing of government records, the implication that I understand from the case is that anyone in that video has a due process right to be put on notice that they're going to be released and to object. That is, again, another concern that I have in releasing items when there's a dearth of case law or history on that issue. there was a question about individuals having a right to have access to it when they're in the video. I think that circles back down to 105D2, the original prohibitions in 105D2, which prohibits the copying, editing. Now, to be quite blunt about it, I think there's a way to work that. If you're in a video, maybe you don't need a copy, because 91A talks about being able to access and review, not necessarily have a copy. So if someone's in it, can they come to a department and review it without making a copy? That seems to comply with 105D2, may meet the policy argument that the legislature may have for access for an individual. The difficulty with something released under 91A, and I'm circling back around to the 91A analysis, City of Concord, I think it was ACLU versus the City of Concord a couple of years ago, came out, there was a ruling in that case that said once it's out, I'm paraphrasing, once the material's out, it's out. So I believe one of the folks that testified said, hey, if I waive my privacy right, can I get a copy? Well, the way I read ACLU versus the City of Concord and other case law, if it's unredacted to the individual because they waived their right to privacy, it must be provided unredacted to anybody else who requests a copy under 91A. The 91A analysis is done no matter if the person is in the video, not in the video, mentioned in a police report, not in a police report. It's done the same way. The redactions are consistent or should be consistent no matter who the requester is or what the term of their request or what the reason for their request is.
So what you're saying is at the moment that person said, hey, I waive my rights to privacy, can I have my video? They lose all expectation of privacy in that video forevermore.
I think that video, my opinion, I think that video is releasable to anyone who requests that video unredacted. And the same would fall for a police report that listed names, dates of birth, and items. The question would be, why do you have to redact my name? Because I'm the one making the request. You have to redact it because if I release it with that information unredacted to you, I must release it unredacted to everybody else. That's a summary of the ACLU case. And it provides a lot of difficulty. And I can tell you that when I answer 91A issues, it's a hard item to explain to an individual who's in the report. There was a question, I believe, that spoke about reputational harm. And I guess the question that I would raise to the committee is that the reputational harm with the use of AI, the example I used earlier of the individual who used AI to have an officer saying something that he's not saying. There's a saying that a lie goes all the way around the world before the truth has its shoes on. And I think that's true. It's definitely true with AI video and AI audio. And it's getting better and better, and it will only allow people to, come back to your question, ma'am, harass people, be vindictive to individuals. So you have a difficult question before you on what the public policy ought to be. My feeling is that this is not the public policy that should be enacted. So I would ask you to vote and expedient to legislate on this item. Gladly take any of your questions.
Representative Scheer.
I would point out only that County Attorney Halverson is also had the misfortune of being a former student of mine.
At some point, I'm going to have to ask for evidence.
I'm not sure he would admit that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Very
Attorney
good, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify who has not? Seeing none, I hereby close public hearing. Next one is... And then we'll do...
Yep. Oh, here.
I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 1696 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Chester District 17, Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam. I am here today to introduce to you House Bill 1696. And Mr. Chairman, you may recall you, myself, and our researcher Bradley sitting in our committee office with, I believe I had 3 law books open in front of us while you were typing away. I was reading the bail statutes. At the time, we were working on trying to fix the bail bill and all of the messes that we heard with it. And the one thing that we could not find, no matter how much we looked, was good behavior for a person that is on bail. And everybody, including you and I, continued to say that you have to remain on good behavior. It's the law. You have to show up for your hearing. It's the law. But we couldn't find anywhere where it said that. Fortunately, the prosecutor behind me, Prosecutor Slaughter, contacted me and said, hey, I kind of know why you couldn't find it. It's in a whole different statute. It's under 642(8), and it's under bail jumping, obstruction of government operations. So with that being said, the bill in front of you is going to define good behavior, and more specifically when you are issued a summons instead of an arrest. It's going to define that, and it's also going to put in the penalties, if you will, for not doing so. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I do recognize that our colleague from Merrimack had asked me several questions in an email when I contacted her to see if she would be a potential co-sponsor. I was not able to answer those questions, and I don't want to screw anything up. So I would respectfully ask that Representative Murphy asks the prosecutor those questions and also any from the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls.
Thank you, Representative Rhodes, and thank you, members of the committee and Chairman Roy. My name, as previously stated, is Kayla Slaughter. I am a prosecutor with the town of Campton, but hold intermunicipal prosecution agreements with Lincoln, Woodstock, Holderness, and Waterville Valley. In my duties as a district court criminal prosecutor for these agencies, I had the opportunity to litigate a case that addresses the very issue I'm asking you folks to fix. It's by way of background, very quickly, that case involved a defendant in Campton who was issued a hand summons in lieu of arrest. Within that hand summons, and I have a copy of the form here, the very last section of it that is bolded, it says, pending appearance as described herein, you shall remain of good behavior. That was the summons that was provided to the defendant. He obtained court-appointed counsel and he waived arraignment. So therefore, he did not have to appear and we did not have a bail hearing following his release. While out on release in Grafton County, he was alleged to have committed a couple of felonies, a handful of Class A misdemeanors, and a handful of violations while out on release. Ultimately, he entered a plea of guilty to 2 Class A misdemeanors. And those are specified within my written testimony, but for the sake of brevity, I will move on. Point being is that he was convicted of further crimes while he was out on release in Grafton County. Following his guilty pleas, the police department, believing that they could enforce the good behavior provision in the statute, turned to the law to figure out how we were going to charge this. At the time, the current bail jumping statute that exists now did not exist. But the current bail jumping statute still does not address this issue. The bail jumping statute pertains to people who do not appear, not people who have failed to remain of good behavior. Believing that the summons to appear was a judicial directive, the state charged indirect criminal contempt of court for offending the dignity of the summons. During litigation on double jeopardy issues, which I'm happy to take questions on, the judge sua sponte said, hey, this is not a court form. This is not a judicial directive. This is an executive directive. Therefore, it does not offend the dignity of the court, and you have no means to prosecute it. Taking that, I fed it through my chain of command in terms of appeals, and it was very clear that where we landed was that we needed a legislative directive to sort of close the gaps. I believe that it was your intent to have the summons run similarly to that of the bail statute. However, we cannot enforce this. Therefore, it is a very underutilized tool, creating more need for bail commissioners. And so there's a number of benefits that this bill would offer to the state of New Hampshire. First, it reduces unnecessary detention by releasing a defendant on a hand summons versus bringing them into custody for custodial arrest to the police department, a search incident to arrest, taking them off the street. The officer simply says, here you go, show up to court on this time and don't break any laws until you get there. It also alleviates the pressure on bail commissioners. Bail commissioners are now paid by the state versus paid by the defendant. So that also has fiscal benefits. The least a bail commissioner is used in minor offenses, the less money the state is paying them. It also establishes clear enforcement mechanisms. As I have testified to, there is no real way to enforce this current provision within the statute, and this bill would allow us to do that, us being the state of New Hampshire. It defines good behavior and the penalties for failing to remain of good behavior. It takes out some of the uncertainty with the contempt process. You know, contempt is a Class A misdemeanor, but there are no typically charged as a Class A misdemeanor, but it could be charged as a B. And it's sort of unclear what the penalty for that is. And the good behavior definition that I came up with, that I have included in the writing, is that mirrors that of the one that is on the bail summons currently. Although there is no specific law that defines, quote, good behavior, the court often uses this language when it is ordering good behavior, and it is written right into our current bail form. So what I'm asking of you folks is not to do anything different than what you've already done. A lot of this verbiage tracks that of the bail jumping statute, but is added to the summons in lieu of arrest statute to create uniformity, ease of process, and all the other benefits that I have talked about. It also outlines defenses for failing to remain of good behavior to further protect those who feel that there was a justified reason as to why they did not appear or did not remain of good behavior. I thank the committee for listening to me, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I have a few. So the bail jumping statute, let's compartmentalize it if we can. It is related to post-judicial action. In other words, someone's been brought before a judge. A judge has heard that the person has been charged with a crime and has said XYZ while you're out, etc. Is what you're proposing then, and this is where I have a concern that a little bit of separation of powers thing, is that if someone, it's prosecutorial discretion whether or not to arrest or issue a summons. If they decide, okay, we're going to issue a summons, are you proposing that as part of that, the executive branch now has the power to compel certain behavior because they chose to do that versus the court? In other words, are we empowering the executive branch with a new power they've never had before? Because it kind of sounds that way. And I could be wrong, so please explain to me how I am.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for your question. That is a great question. And you are correct in the bail process that it is a post-judicial determination. However, what we're asking is that the executive order what is already there. So yes, it is still an executive form. It is not a judicial form. But what we are now doing is allowing the statutes to run in tandem. And allowing the bail jumping statute to mirror that of the summons statute, because 99.99% of the time, somebody who's getting bailed and released on personal recognizance, the standard condition within the bail form is that you remain of good behavior. All this does is allow the executive to not pull the person in off the street and say, okay, our legislature has recognized that regardless of whether or not you are released by a judicial officer or you are released by a police officer, you can't go commit crimes while you're out on release.
I guess what I'm thinking is, okay, so we expect society and everybody to be of good behavior constantly. And when they don't, they can be charged with a crime. What it sounds like we're proposing here is that once they've been accused of a crime and they've been summoned to answer for that crime, if they commit another crime, they can be charged with another crime because they allegedly committed a crime before they were proven to have committed the first crime. Is that about right?
Respectfully, that is incorrect.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
So what we're talking about here is somebody is released on crime one,
Yep.
and they're told to remain of good behavior.
Yeah.
Well out on release, they commit crime
But
two.
not released. They were never in custody. They were summoned.
They were summoned in lieu of arrest.
Okay, yeah.
So instead of a custodial arrest, they were summoned to appear. So they've already been arrested, but instead of taking them into custody, they're given the summons form instead of seeing a bail commissioner. So they're told to remain of good behavior. So if we're looking at this under the bail statute, right? So I think it might be easier to look at it that way conceptually. You are released, told to remain of good behavior. You swear that you're going to do so by signing the form. Then you commit crime. You're alleged to have commit crime two. Once that case resolves, if there is a guilty finding, as in my case, then we file the charges for contempt, which is crime three. It is a whole new charge for offending the dignity of, frankly, the legislature, right? You know, you folks are saying you guys have to remain of good behavior. And so what you'll see in the statute is that a conviction, in my proposal, is that a conviction is not required in crime two to get to crime three, but the state must still prove that underlying acts beyond a reasonable doubt. The person still gets their day in court. And this is sort of where the double jeopardy jurisprudence comes in. So if I may sort of tackle that, here in New Hampshire, and we're looking at issues of double jeopardy, meaning somebody being charged with the same crime twice or being punished for the same crime twice, whether or not that is double jeopardy. Here we look at a difference in the evidence test, right? So is there different evidence in crime one that there would be in crime two? And my answer to the committee is yes, because to prove contempt or bail jumping or breach of bail, you would have to show that the individual was out on release plus committing the other acts. So there's this additional piece of evidence of being the order, whatever that order may be, whether it's a court order or whether it's this summons, that's what is being offended. And that would have to be shown, and plus the underlying acts of, let's say, disobeying an officer, as the defendant here was charged with. So it was easy enough to show the conviction But should I have not had the conviction, I would still have had to call in the other officers from the other agency. This person is still afforded their constitutional rights of due process and confrontation, and all the things that go along with that. So the short answer is no, it is not a double jeopardy issue. No, this person is not being punished for the same crime twice. Rather, they're being punished for committing the new crime of offending the dignity of their release.
Further questions? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to run your proposal by any of the county attorneys, perhaps even in Grafton County, where you seem to be located, and just I'm wondering what their thoughts on this are.
Thank you for your question. No, I did not run this by our county attorney's office prior to submitting it. The county attorney was part of the decisions, the appeal decisions in the underlying case, and we had all agreed that we needed a legislative change. But as far as this specific bill, no, it has not been presented to my county attorney.
Representative Scheer.
I appreciate your effort here, but I have concern about the variety of complications, only one of which I'll address. Wouldn't it be simpler to include in the notice of summons that an individual is given that they must be of good behavior? And if they're not of good behavior, they will be called in front of the court and bail will be set? Isn't that a way simpler way to do this, rather than creating what I would consider a piling on third crime?
Thank you for your question. And the short answer is no, it would not be a simpler way to do that because of the amount of time it takes to get a bail hearing. So if a defendant is released and offends the bail in some way, and so they offend the summons, I would then be required to file a motion requesting a bail hearing. Defense or the defendant would get 10 days to respond to that. Eventually, the court would put it on the calendar, and then we would litigate it. So the time and energy that is put in to doing something like that ends up being futile.
We are considering a bill, I don't know if it's later today or tomorrow, about shortening the time for bail motions, just for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't signed up? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We will be at lunch. We only have one okay, we'll take the next one because there's only one person signed up to testify. So, yeah, exactly. I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 1361. Excuse me, 1424, and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I cannot quite finish my testimony by the time the sign is updated, but I will do my best effort here. So this is a very straightforward bill. It's bipartisan, and it tries to not change the existing 516 Section 5, which regards the summonses for testifying. It just wants to add to it a different method of being served that would apply to employers of law enforcement agencies and public officials. And the change suggested is that besides the existing methods of serving, it would also be acceptable to serve that person by just bringing the summons and delivering it to their workplace instead of delivering it to them personally. The intent of this is to really create a win-win for everybody involved, in the sense that these days, if you are law enforcement or a public official and you get sued or asked to testify, you know, it can be a pretty tense environment, and I'm intending to eliminate some of the in-person interactions. If I'm a police officer, do I really want somebody knocking at my door in the middle of, at 7 p.m. when it's dark outside to serve me? This would be much less of a burden on them. And it also simplifies just summonses in general because it allows you to just go to the front desk of their workplace, put it in, get a signature that you dropped it in, and that's the end of it. So it should really be a easier process for everybody involved, less confrontational, cost saving, and I think it should be a good policy going forward.
Thank you. Have you considered the possible ramifications to someone's employment status? In other words, if you work as an executive at a company and hoping for that next promotion, and all of a sudden someone comes in and serves you at work, now your employer knows about something going on outside of work. Are you worried that that could possibly have a negative impact on someone's employment status or reputation at their job?
This was part of the reason why the exemption is very narrow and it only applies to law enforcement employees and to public officials, elected public officials.
So the only people who could be served that way would be law enforcement or elected officials or
Yes, sir.
employees of the state?
Yes, not even employees of the state,
Just
just public
elected.
officials and law enforcement. I wouldn't be against, after a few years, seeing how the policy goes, considering whether expanding it would be good. But I really didn't want to overly broaden it, especially since I'm concerned that I don't know if every state agency would be reliable in delivering this. But with law enforcement and elected officials, I know they're not gonna, lose their summons.
Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I think this dialogue is really important, what just took place in the last 30 seconds or so, because I think we need to recognize the scope of a public official or law enforcement officer's official duties versus their, private interactions or unofficial duties. I think the language here that is proposed does not delineate between the two, and it's possible under this language here that the service of summons at this workplace could involve a matter that included only private, non-public official duties and may in fact expose that person to reputational harm given the line of questioning we just heard. So I think that might be an important vulnerability to this legislation as it's prepared and proposed.
I appreciate the question. I think that is a valid concern, obviously. I think that it is probably quite unlikely, but it is definitely possible. I would suggest that being able to do this in a very non-confrontational way through the front desk is still a valuable gain for everybody involved. And also, I don't think that that copy would be an open document that anybody would read in the building, right? It would just be a legal document addressed to that officer and they would deliver it to them. I don't know how much they will, get access to the contents of the document or not. This being said, I do confess that's probably because I haven't really been involved in the process, so I will yield to the knowledge of the committee on this.
So you wouldn't mind if it said it had to be in a sealed envelope or something like that?
I kind of assumed that would happen anyway, very
Not
honestly. As I said, that's probably my lack of experience, but no, such a requirement would be perfectly reasonable. The intent is just to make sure the document is delivered to them, not that it's read by everybody, who may otherwise see it. Yeah.
What is the impetus for this bill? Did you find, has there been a problem with people being served? What caused you to want to put this in?
I am really concerned that there has been a lot of tension these days escalating. There is this huge polarization and there is a lot of negativity in general interacting between regular people and law enforcement. And I just don't want to wait until something bad happens. I think if it's something that we can diffuse a little bit, everybody's better off ahead, is better off.
Representative Scheer, and then you.
A point of information. My understanding is the Public Defender's Office statewide has, in most circumstances, each office has negotiated a relationship with the police departments that they deal with, that dropping the subpoena off at the department is sufficient. They don't demand personal service. It makes it easier. So this, in that sense, this codifies that. As to Representative Hawken-Phillips' question, I think we could add language saying in their capacity as law enforcement or public official, that would take care of it.
Oh, okay. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. you had, I don't know the exact term that you used, but said that it was, your intent for them to receive this quickly. Have you thought about what happens if it doesn't get delivered? The person storms out, quits. Like, what is the time frame to make sure this is delivered? And are we putting that on the person at the front desk to have to be responsible to do that?
I hear your question, and I considered it. Again, that's part of the reason why the bill is narrow and only restricted to, very bluntly, law enforcement tends to have a lot of, well negotiated union contracts that would eliminate any concern like this to me. And again, public officials, I'm not worried about somebody at the front desk saying, oh yeah, this is for the mayor, let me not give it to the mayor. So I try to address that again by focusing on groups of people who both have a need for it and where the risk of that non-delivery is essentially, nearly zero as far as I'm concerned.
Final question.
A point of information to Representative Rhodes. If the subpoena isn't delivered and the officer or public official doesn't appear at the hearing to which they've been subpoenaed, every judge I've ever been in front of will grant a continuance, and so that can happen.
If they didn't receive it.
Excuse me?
They didn't receive it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They made the argument that they didn't receive it, the judge would grant a continuance, but
Well,
it
if
does.
the party who subpoenaed the person, if that person doesn't show up because they didn't receive it,
Yeah.
the judge will grant that party a continuance to make sure that the subpoena is served.
Yeah, we'll delve into this more at executive session. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I as a practicing attorney and I just recall going through law school, learning about the hundreds of years of common law history about actual and effective notice. And I'm wondering what, obviously our history has gone through many cycles of, political violence or increased polarization. I'm just wondering what the motivation to disrupt that very lengthy case law would be. Like what,
I will.
why is it more important now to disrupt the case law of notice than it?
I've
than
lived
before?
in the US for only 30 years, being a naturalized citizen, but I can tell you that this is as bad as things have been. It's way worse than they have been from that point of view for my 30 years in the US. So for me, that is the impetus for it. I see things, it's not exactly a tinderbox, but it's getting to the point where I'm genuinely concerned about the stress, in these relationships. And if there are little things we can do in advance to prevent something bad from happening, I think we should, make that possible. And seriously, if you look at this whole process, I understand there are some concerns about possible edge cases, but it seems that even if one of those unusual circumstances happens, the court system will deal with it very effectively, and I don't think there is any meaningful downside to doing this, while I do see significant upsides. That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. There be no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Who has not? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We will be at lunch until 1:30. Oh, actually, we're late. 2:30. I am hereby opening the public hearing on House Bill 1361 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Unless it's me. Is it me?
Go ahead, I'll take care of you.
Yeah.
Chairman Roy, please introduce your legislation.
Thank you. As you can tell, I have lots of legislation in my mind. My name is Representative Terry Roy, Rockingham 31. I am introducing House Bill 1361 today. This bill is at the request of Department of Public Safety, and there are going to be some folks who talk about it after that have the technical expertise to explain to you why it's necessary and how it's going to be helpful. I'll just go through it real quick, what it adds and changes. It talks about inventories shall be made in the presence of, it changes the applicant for the warrant to a law enforcement officer making the search. Oftentimes someone who's making the application isn't able to be there when the search is done, so it takes that limitation away. As long as there's a sworn law enforcement officer there. And then it adds again law enforcement afterwards. It changes it where it says the applicant for the warrant. Again, in the age we're at today where so many of our applications and things are done remotely, you can't always have the person who applied be there. As long as you have a sworn, credible officer there at the time of the inventory of the search warrant. And then it goes on to say if the warrant is for an electronically stored remote or offsite information that's subject to electronically, the inventory may be made without a witness, provided that the law enforcement officer attests to its accuracy. In other words, if it's the warrant is getting things that are stored from Amazon or someplace or from AT&T, it's not quite possible to do the same type of inventory and having a witness be there for something that's sent electronically. So, provided that the law enforcement or officer swears attests to the accuracy of what he received or she received from the person responding to the warrant. So, if you have any questions with regard to the basic, I can answer them, but otherwise there are people that will testify to the necessity of what I just explained.
Thank you very much, Representative. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hester? It's okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Representative Rhodes and members of the committee. My name is Tamara Hester. I am a lieutenant with the New Hampshire State Police. I work in the Special Investigations Unit where we primarily work cyber crimes and crimes against children. As Representative Roy said, this is a change to the search warrant inventory requirement. So currently, the way that it is written, it makes it so that it says the affiant is the person who has to sign the search warrant return, and that there is a witness requirement to said return. The purpose of this would be to effectively modernize the RSA for witness requirements to search warrant inventories. Then, as Representative Roy said, there's two components to this bill. So the first would be in who prepares the inventory, and as he mentioned, I'll provide you a couple of reasons why. So years ago, obviously, people were typing search warrants on typewriters, and nowadays, obviously, we are doing everything electronically. The courts accept warrants electronically. They return them electronically to us once the judge signs them, and then we also subsequently send the search warrant return also via email back to the court. So primary example of this would be effectively like a homicide investigation. You oftentimes have one person who is the affiant for all of the search warrants. Those search warrants are actually being executed potentially at multiple locations across the state, depending on where the crime has occurred. So the affiant for that warrant is not actually going to be at the scene where the search warrant return is going to be left. So this will make it so that it just says that any law enforcement officer that's present to searching will be the one who's able to leave the search warrant inventory, as opposed to where it currently says the affiant. Another prime example of this that happens commonly is when law enforcement officers need to get blood, which is oftentimes a requirement in a DWI investigation. So if somebody is transported across the state, it doesn't make sense for the person who is writing the warrant to travel all the way to, let's say, Dartmouth in order to be the one who's actually signing the search warrant inventory return. So because the person who's the affiant is, again, going to email it to another trooper or officer across the state who would be the one who would actually be the one gathering those materials and leaving the inventory. The second part is actually related to the electronic service of the warrants to electronic service providers. And as Representative Roy said, this is related to investigations that involve online service providers. So your wireless carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram. This would effectively make it so that we can not need a witness in order to upload that search warrant, because most of the electronic service providers are just requiring you to be able to use their law enforcement portal in order to upload the search warrant to that company, and they are actually the ones producing the record. So the difference in that, at a house, you would still need to have a witness, right? Because you are going to that house, you are taking materials from that house or that location, so you have a witness to it. But for the companies that you're serving, they're the ones who are actually producing the records for you and returning them to you. So you're just uploading it to their portal, and so that you are also getting an electronic return when you submit that to the portal. So you're getting a return saying, thank you for your submission. So that's also time and date stamped if need be down the line for any sort of subsequent court proceedings. Most of the electronic service providers will actually only accept the search warrant through their law enforcement portal nowadays. So just in summary, basically the two changes to this will really just align the way that we're already serving warrants electronically. It will not change anything related to the way that we search a residence or a physical location where there will need to be two people who will still need to sign that inventory.
Any questions? I don't see any. See no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What number is this? 1360. Is there anybody here wishing to testify on House Bill 1361 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I'm opening the public hearing for House Bill 1348 and recognize the sponsor to introduce his legislation.
Thank you, Representative Terry Roy, Rockingham 31. Again, this is a bill I'm introducing on behalf of the Department of Public Safety. While this is a macabre subject, it is definitely necessary. This is how we, and by we, I mean as a state and our law enforcement community, are able to both possess and respectfully handle human remains for the training of law enforcement cadaver dogs so that they can actually find human remains. And without those, you cannot train the dog to properly work. So it's about how we enable them to do that and respectfully and and properly dispose of those remains. So I will leave all the questions, please, to the state trooper who's going to come up and explain to you how it works and why this is necessary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is this just it? Lieutenant Storm?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. 2026 is already amongst us. It sure is. So I'm going to read you this real quick. Department of Safety is obviously here in support of House Bill 1348, which establishes a lawful and ethical framework for law enforcement agencies to possess portions of human remains for cadaver training. Currently, there are no provisions in New Hampshire law that allows law enforcement to do this properly. This legislation ensures the process is conducted with dignity, transparency, and accountability. Cadaver canines are a critical resource in locating missing people, recovering evidence in criminal investigations. Their effectiveness depends on the realistic training, which requires access to authentic human remains. House Bill 1348 provides strict safeguards to include written consent from next of kin of the individual prior to death, or oversight by credentialed professionals, and compliance with health and safety regulations. It also mandates comprehensive policies, chain of custody documentation, and responsible final disposition through licensed providers. We have worked closely with stakeholders, including law enforcement, funeral professionals, and academic institutions, and we all believe that this is a best practice bill that fills a long-standing gap in our law. This bill allows us to do the right thing, protecting public safety while respecting the deceased and their families. So we ask you to please pass 1348. We do have an amendment that we want to put in after working with our stakeholders, because this was the first iteration of the LSR when it first came in. So to obviously get that stuff worked through. So I'll briefly kind of tell you what we're looking to do in the amendment, just for the sake of time. The first is on the B3 section would be a replace all section. Basically what we're going to be asking to do, instead of what it says in there right now, we're actually going to work and follow the DES protocol for the medical side of the house. And Beth Sargent's here today on behalf of the funeral homes, and she'll kind of explain a little bit of that piece to you. Department of Environmental Services has rules and regulations that apply to getting rid of anything medical type stuff. So that's one of the most important pieces to that. The second piece to that is in B4 when it comes to the accountability and transparency piece for law enforcement. Instead of the Department of Safety doing the oversight and doing audits, we have spoken with police standards and training, and we have a better formal process that you'll see in that amendment for police standards and training. So it's not the Department of Safety or the state police that's going to be the oversight to that. So we'll put it in place where everything else in law enforcement is actually housed, so that we have a clear policy that they'll have, and they'll be the oversight to that. And there's a lot of other things in the amendment to kind of clear up about how those remains are processed and how they're processed through the funeral home and with the educational institutes. I'm sure, I don't know if some of you saw it, Dr. Michael from UNH, I believe emailed everybody on the committee individually to kind of outline how UNH is in support of this and how they're going to help us as well. So I'll be glad to take any questions on this.
I'm sorry, I will recognize you, but I don't know what your name is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Representative Hacken Phillips, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering if you could briefly explain the current procedure for cadaver dog training if we don't permit human remains currently.
I figured that question would be asked. So this is a long-standing, we have samples from years and years and years ago that we have had that were procured through the medical examiner's office, but we have no ability to get anything new. We have no ability to, and then we don't have any ability to get rid of it properly. Not necessarily getting rid of it, but properly disposing of those human remains. So we are we follow our process and standing process of how we keep it. And it's not like we have an arm or a leg. They're very, very small pieces of either bone fragments or pieces of tissue or so forth. It's not a whole human body or anything like that. But that's what we've been doing now for the last probably close to 15 to 20 years.
You do work with outside agencies to help train the animals, though, don't you? I mean, like other states or the federal government, do they assist at all with any of this?
They do not.
They don't
We're self-sustained right now. Currently, we're the only group that actually has cadaver dogs, with Fish and Game going to be also having that program.
So it's very important then that we have this, because you can't rely on any other agency to help.
We cannot.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Miss Sargent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rhodes, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Sargent. I work for Champaign Capital Group. This is my home committee for two of my clients. However, today I'm here for the New Hampshire Funeral Directors Association, who we've also represented for a very long time. I'm passing testimony around submitted by Julie, who is the immediate past president of the association, and I'll just highlight a couple of paragraphs. We have worked closely with the New Hampshire State Police to help ensure this process is managed in a dignified and respectful manner. This process will mirror all other voluntary anatomical donation programs that we have been working with for years or even decades. The proposed process addresses procurement, safekeeping of the donor tissue while in use, and proper ethical disposition of the donor tissue when its use has concluded. We feel it is important to note that the tissue samples, referred to as training aids, will be used on varying continuums, but many of the tissue samples will be used for years. After a professional, as outlined in the bill, has procured the identified tissue sample training aid, the decedent will be prepared for final disposition by the funeral home per our established processes. And again, this mimics the parameters of our existing donor programs. And in conclusion, we also strongly support this endeavor with heart because we recognize the value of returning missing human remains to families. Many people would call this closure. We don't believe there is ever closure in the grieving process, but we believe that bringing home someone's loved one is an imperative part of enabling our families to move forward in their grief journey. And in closing, so we ask that you find this bill ought to pass, and we worked with the stakeholders and the state police on this bill. And we support the amendment as it will come before you.
Representative LaSalle's.
Yes, I'm just curious, and I don't know if you're the right person, but I'm an organ donor on my driver's license. I'm just curious, how do you know someone volunteers their body for this sort of thing?
We talked about it, and I believe it is going to be a voluntary, someone will opt into this program.
And how will they do that?
I don't know if we worked that out. It'll be worked out in rulemaking, I'm sure, actually. But it will be similar to the organ donation program. You'll have to, a lot of people today do want to make their final wishes ahead of time, so they'll let their family know. But it will be on a form for sure that they'll opt into this program. We did talk about that. Do you want? Yeah, go ahead.
There will be a set form that we have that people will be able to opt for.
It'll be on their driver's license too?
It will be something that we are going to need very limited samples, so it's not like we're looking for lots of folks to volunteer themselves.
We learned a lot working on this issue. It's very, very limited. I mean, it might be one a year, maybe, or two. It's going to be very limited and only for someone who is willing to offer this up as a donation.
Thank you, Ms.
Awesome.
Sargent.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 1348 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. I'm opening the public hearing for House Bill 1363 and invite the sponsor to introduce his legislation.
Thank you, Representative Roy, Rockingham 31. This is again a bill that was brought at the request of the Department of Public Safety. This has to do with employee background checks and who can receive them at the department. The trooper's going to come up and explain to you how it works and why this is necessary. But it's really a technicality about who gets it and complying with CJIS. They're very strict on who can see the returns on record checks, and we're just making sure that it lines up with who it should be, and also that it takes it all off of one person. In other words, I think it currently says the director or whoever. Obviously, that person is not going to look at everyone's background check, so he needs to or she needs to be able to delegate. So I would ask you to ask questions, please, of the trooper who knows, the subject matter expert.
Who knows what he's talking about?
Yeah, I'm
Thank
just
you.
making it up as I go along.
Thank you. Mr. Muzzy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Victor Muzzy, and my first time before the committee this year, as Lieutenant Storm had referenced, but thank you for having me. As Representative Roy said, this is more of a technical issue, and I guess I'll get into sort of what this means for us. So the FBI CJIS unit does an audit of the state police and several local agencies every 3 years, and they do an audit of us as a law enforcement agency, but also us as a employing body, I suppose, like another state agency would be. So it's kind of a weird circumstance, right? Because law enforcement has access to FBI criminal records for various reasons, but this particular reason is for employment. And so the way the current statute reads, it basically indicates that the commissioner is the hiring manager for everybody within the Department of Safety, which includes 7 divisions, as I'm sure you're all aware. And so that is a bit cumbersome, and the standard practice now is that's obviously delegated. So the colonel, in some cases, for the state police, is that designee, the hiring manager, and that even gets delegated down in some cases to people like myself, who may also hire people. In our most recent FBI CJIS audit that we had, one of the findings was such that our own statute, which is 21P, basically says that only the commissioner can receive these things. And while the audit unit and the CJIS legal unit basically admitted, okay, that's sort of a technicality, but it does need to be cleaned up. And so this is really more or less a technical issue, allowing the commissioner, obviously, to delegate that responsibility to others in the agency, which is currently happening. It's just the law doesn't align with the practice, and that's it needs to do that so that on our next round of audits that we don't get that as a finding. And so as I sit here today, obviously the Department of Safety, the state police is in support of this, and we would ask that the committee support this bill. The only thing I would ask, and I think I will submit a small amendment to this, based upon our conversation with the legal unit, the CJIS audit legal unit, I should say, I think we just need to add on line 9, it says, or anyone designated by the commissioner. I think we need to add the words within the Department of Safety to that. The reason for that is in the way the CJIS audit unit or the legal unit, when they review this bill to determine whether or not we can disseminate their records again to our agency as an employing agency, if it doesn't say within the Department of Safety, they interpret that to mean, well, that might be a third party, that maybe the commissioner designates a third party non-government entity to review these background checks, which would be fine, but the law needs to reflect that accurately. And so we're not at that position now. Really, all we need to do is be able to share it within the agency, which is fine, but I think that's a small delineation in order to satisfy that requirement that they'll have to say, okay, we're confident that this isn't going beyond the agency based upon the way that the amendment would read, if you will. So I'd ask that you support that, and I will submit via email that small amendment just to add those few additional words so that it kind of tightens it up a little bit so there's no question. I understand this iteration was trying to maybe account for future things, like maybe we do have third parties that eventually review background checks for us and things like that, but we're not quite there yet. And so if and when that happens, we'd have to probably make that change. But I think for now, that would be reasonable and prudent to do, so that based upon the audit findings we had, that our practice would be in compliance with the way the law reads. So that was kind of a brief overview. I know it's a complicated topic, but happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Representative, I should have wrote that down.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the lines of a discussion that you were asking for the amendment to limit the line 9 to anyone designated by the commissioner within the Department of Safety, I'm wondering if there's any efficacy of further describing whom or where within the Department of Safety might be more might be a little more precise. And the reason why I say that is because in statutory interpretation, the word anyone trips up a lot of judges. And I have a red flag that goes off when I see that word. So I'm wondering if we could even fall in line with current practice even more closely.
I love where your mind is at, and that was my thought until we actually had a meeting with the law unit to say, a lot of our statutes say designee, and the problem with designee, where is that designee? And so in these conversations, they've kind of the law unit has kind of backpedaled a little bit. Whoa, it doesn't need to be defined by position, because we thought just that. Should it say Director of Motor Vehicles, Colonel of State Police, Director of FSTEMs? Does it need to be that specific? Because we know that the people change, but the positions don't. So that wouldn't necessarily require an update as frequently. However, the law unit will say, well, why would you want to say that? Because it limits it even more. I'm like, but wait, didn't we just have these conversations where you folks were telling us that designee needed to be defined? And so I think the law unit kind of looked at it probably from some other questions or backlash from other states to say, well, maybe we need to broaden this ever so slightly so that it's not as restrictive. And so while I would agree with that methodology, their guidance, most recent guidance, which makes it simpler for all of us, I think, is to say somebody within the Department of Safety. Certainly, if we should remove the word anyone, because that's sort of too broad, we can do that. But I think the language simply should read as narrow as it needs to clearly state within the Department of Safety. So whatever configuration makes sense, I think, is really what we're looking for. Because technically, although the commissioner could designate, provided their siege is trained and cleared and all that, anyone, but is that likely to happen? No. But I think we wanted to leave it vague enough so that it didn't need to be amended in the near future, but broad enough so that we didn't have to come back. If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here that was wishing to testify on House Bill 1363 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 1428 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the time to allow me to present 1428 to you. Before I jump into this, I want to tell you what this bill does and also why we need this bill. Okay? 3-4 years ago, Governor Sununu established the Public Integrity Unit at the Attorney General's office to investigate problems, crimes, whatever employees may have done. And they established a rule. Well, what happened is this bill basically codifies those rules So if anybody here from the Department of Justice who wants to chastise anything, it would be the lawyers that drafted this, which memorialize the rule into law. Okay? Now the question is, why did I introduce this? Basically, abuse. As we all know, Associate Justice Marconi recently had charges against her. And one of them was that our Attorney General knew what she was thinking. For the men on this committee, let me rephrase that. This gentleman thought he knew what Justice Marconi was thinking. I don't know any man that knows what a woman's thinking, but he chose to charge her with that. But there was no complaint, but he charged her based on the Public Integrity Unit. All right. Now, if you would like, I can provide documentation, that is the depositions of the governor and his counsel, that shows that she didn't ask what he's claiming that she had asked, that is to work with her on her husband's issues, Gino Marconi at the Seacoast. So basically my contention is that the Attorney General stretched his position by making this complaint against her that didn't exist, but there was no law to be violated because it was just a rule. This puts teeth in it. This means that the Department of Justice can't be filing these basic made-up claims and get away with it. And just so you know, too, is eventually it was settled with the Justice Marconi, and it was the same exact charges that were against Executive Counsel Hill on that issue about communicating on specific bills and so forth. He dropped the charges against her. So this is just a safeguard to the public. We're not going to let people ignore law. They can ignore the rules, but they're not going to ignore the law once we pass this. So this tightens up that rule and tells the Department of Justice that no more games. You're violating the law. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. Matter of fact, I can even go further into the case too if you want, but I don't think you're ever the time for it.
No, I think we're all set with that. Any questions from anyone? Seeing none, thank you for introducing that bill. The chair calls Peter Rondeau. Please pardon if I'm mispronouncing that. Peter. There he is.
Hey, good afternoon, and thanks for taking my question, or my testimony is not a question. So I'm in support of this, just as it's written, because one of the things that it seems to address is what in my opinion is a gap in our enforcement of public officials on the municipal level. So I have a story about that, as I've seen and witnessed and been a victim to crimes committed by our public officials. And when attempting to report those crimes, the local police said it's a conflict of interest, they won't take it. The state police said they won't take it. The sheriff said they don't do that. They're not like the sheriff of the South. The county attorney says they don't do investigations. The public integrity unit says they don't touch it because it's not state officials, even though we're a Dillon's rural state and they're a political subdivision. And so it's essentially a lawless act, and there's lawlessness going on in this situation. So as it's written, it seems like this may potentially fill a gap. While I also understand there's the organizational side where there's if you add more burden to the public integrity unit, there may be more resources that are needed. But as it stands, there needs to be some type of solution for accountability on the municipal level, county level, for public officials that do commit crimes, because as it stands, they're able to commit them without any accountability. So,
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for coming today. The chair calls Dan Jimenez. Absolutely, okay.
my first time. I apologize. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just introduce myself. My name is Dan Jimenez. I'm the Chief of the Public Integrity Unit at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. And some of you know my colleague and my boss, Thomas Velarde, to my right.
No pressure, though.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure. He won't talk to me about this afterwards. But what we're here to do is talk about 1428. The New Hampshire Department of Justice, we appreciate and support transparency and accountability with all of our handling of complaints and investigations involving public officials. These are important and difficult cases that we have to do. And the Public Integrity Unit, we aspire to be transparent and thorough in all of our investigations. However, we are opposed to the bill as it's currently written. There's two overarching points about why we're opposed to it. One is that it would lead to illogical, absurd, and harmful results as written. Specifically what it does, and I'll get into this more about those examples, is that it changed the operative word from our policies and procedures from should to shall. And that is a huge difference in how you handle the complaints. And I'll get into one of those kind of crazy things that will happen if it's passed as is. And second, the bill puts our internal executive branch policies into strict structures and statutory mandates, which limit the historical and constitutional discretion that the Attorney General's office has to investigate and prosecute in these difficult and important cases. And as I previously said, some of these examples are, let's say the union leader or whatever media outlet you decide to read in the morning says ex-public official stole hundreds of thousands of state dollars. Well, as the statute, this is currently written, I could go in the morning, read that on the newspaper, and I couldn't do anything until someone actually wrote a complaint, submitted it, and by that time, the person, whoever stole that money, are 10 miles ahead of us. Next, we could, under this bill, launch an investigation where someone just writes us a complaint based on rank hearsay or rumor. But if someone calls us up on the phone and says, I just saw this official solicit a bribe, they're named, we know who they are, we couldn't do anything. Sir, or ma'am, can you please write that and send it to us in an email? So this takes away from our flexibility as prosecutors and investigators to investigate these important crimes. Even worse, in a domestic violence scenario, let's say, and this doesn't happen very often, in a domestic violence situation, let's say a public official or a law enforcement officer was stalking or using their position to stalk or abuse their spouse, and they call us up, that spouse, say, I need help right now. Sir, ma'am, please put that in writing and send it to us. We couldn't act at that moment. That's not how we operate. That's not how we should operate. Lastly, and this is just something that happens in investigations constantly, is if we are, say, interviewing a witness on some case, that witness during the interview says, and I'm paraphrasing here, that a crime happened somewhere else not related to that case. We couldn't investigate that unless they knew it was a crime and then put it in writing and submitted it to us. That doesn't make any sense. That person's not necessarily in the best position to know all the criminal code in the state of New Hampshire, so they can analyze things and know, oh, that's a crime, and submit it to us. That doesn't make any sense. These are just some of the examples of the absurd results, because there is a change from our policies. It's from should to shall. Should gives us flexibility. Shall is a mandate from the legislator. Next, this bill, as I kind of said, creates a really strict statutory framework. To better illustrate this, I'm under no impression that the legislator has any statutes, and if I'm wrong in this, please let me know, that the legislator dictates to state police or local law enforcement, this is how you need to investigate a complaint. This is how you have to take a criminal complaint and investigate it. I'm unaware of any statute that does that. I'm also unaware of any unit within the Criminal Justice Bureau that's an issue. Now, I do know that there is some process and statute with the Election Law Unit, which is technically under the Civil Bureau. They do prosecute some crimes, but they're separate from us. They have some statutory framework for their complaints, but in there's a big carve out for the Attorney General to, on his own, have someone investigated for election law violation. Now, I just will also point out that our policies are publicly available on our website. Anyone can go on there and read them. And there's even a hyperlink in the policies that if you click on it, it opens up an email, and then you can then email our intake people so we can review complaints. In regard to Mr. Rondo, I spoke with him right before here just to get a sense of where he's at. As I understand this legislation, as I read it, is that wouldn't change how we triage complaints with local and town officials. So that still leaves us the wiggle room in here to defer to local municipalities and sheriff's departments. I will say local law enforcement should be deferring, or if they have a conflict of interest, they should have a policy with another PD to do criminal investigations where they have a conflict. Or then there's also the sheriff's department should be able to do that as well. State police, I know, has done one of these similar cases where there's a local issue. I believe it was in the northern part of the state in Northumberland. So these things have been done correctly in its place. I've talked to him. I said I'll try to help him after this. With that said, for these reasons, the Department of Justice respectfully opposes this bill as introduced. At a minimum, if the committee moves forward with this, it must be amended to preserve the Attorney General's office discretion and also give us the ability to act upon credible information when we receive it. With that, I'll take any questions if anyone has any at this moment.
Thank you. So what I've heard is there's issues of potential separation of powers, and there's some issues with prosecutorial discretion, which is also a traditionally constitutional bailiwick of the prosecutor. But what I haven't heard is addressing the concern with respect to the witness that came forward. I'm happy you're going to help him. Oftentimes, it's just a matter of connecting the person because we don't necessarily have somewhere someone can go to find out where they can go, and it's very frustrating to a citizen to not be able to figure out who can help him. But with regard to the sponsor's concerns, how does a citizen find out afterwards, and we understand while there's an investigation pending, everything's, there's no information going to be released, but how can a citizen afterwards go back and look and say, okay, that was clearly not some kind of political hit job, for lack of a better term, or it was not looked at because it was a friend? Who do we go to say who's watching the public integrity unit, I guess is
Correct. So obviously there's one, we always respond, once we close out an investigation, we inform everyone in writing the result of the investigation, which stage they were at. So as the bill kind of has, but it's more detailed in our policies, there's different stages. There's a triage thing saying, all right, this isn't one of these people, that goes over here. Then there's, we have a preliminary review. We close it under this for these reasons. Here's the statutes. Then we have a full-on investigation where we do an investigation, we interview witnesses, and we decide to close out. Every single complaint that talks or sends us a complaint, they get a response in writing, every single one. And if someone isn't, then that's a fault on us, but that's part of our policies, and we make sure to do that. Also, if they want they want to review all of our materials or our investigations that's subject to 91A, we give those out. And that's the basic framework of it. And also attorneys ourselves, we have to adhere to our ethical obligations. So if someone feels that we haven't done something, they can go to our ethical board and complain about that. So
meaning the Bar Association?
Bar Association,
yeah,
correct.
Because you're members of the officers of the court.
We're officers of the court, yes.
Okay. Further questions? Oh, you have one? No. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? You can talk to me afterwards, but not on the record. We don't do the back and forth. With that, I hereby close public hearing. What do we got next? 1510. Okay, is that one of yours or one of ours? With this, I open a public hearing on House Bill 1510. Is there anyone here to introduce House Bill 1510? Claudia or Barry? Would you mind, please? I'm sure it's, I appreciate when people do it for me, so I like letting people, making sure nobody loses their bill because they got caught up in the mess that is this place sometimes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mark Proof from Hillsborough 15. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1510. Not really sure what it's about, so please don't ask me any questions. Thank you.
What motivated you to sponsor this bill? Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, so it's like all of our other bills. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
I was going to ask Representative Prue if you could read the title of the act for us.
Is anyone wishing to testify on this bill? Who we got? Joe Costanza?
That better? Good afternoon, Chairman and committee. I'm Joe Costanzo. I'm Superintendent of Hillsborough County. I'm also the Superintendent Affiliate President for the New Hampshire Association of Counties. No, you're fine. Actually, we just had a great conversation, myself and Sheriff Bill Wright in the back of the room from the Sheriff's affiliate about the language in this bill. And we would like to have a further discussion to see if we can come to some terms, some common ground with the language, and hash this out a little bit more before we take a stance on it, I think, from either affiliates. So.
You have 2 weeks. If you guys can come together and then reach out to me, and we can work on something. After that, I can't promise what's going to happen to it. We have to clear our slate as fast as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Does anyone have a question before? I don't think any of us even know what it's about, so we're just going to leave. We're going to leave ourselves blissfully ignorant until you come back with what you want. Go ahead, Representative.
I just want to point out to Representative Prue that I have not asked any questions this afternoon.
And I just said I am so proud of it.
You're right. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else here to testify on the bill, we're going to head and close the public hearing on House Bill, what number we have? 1510. And I open the public hearing, or am I early? Can I do it? No, we're early. Wow, we're ahead of schedule. What happened?
Holy crap, what happened?
Welcome back. I'm opening. Nothing.
We are opening a public hearing on House Bill 1091, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
All right. Hey, everybody. I know, right? Thank you, Chairman Roy, and my colleagues on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for giving me your time and attention today. You, of all people, certainly know that my name is Jody Newell, and I represent the good folks of Cheshire 4 and Keene. A few months ago, I ran into a wonderful advocate while handing out summer lunches with the New Hampshire Food Bank. While this was a one-off opportunity to volunteer for me, this is a man who has spent much of his life doing outreach to unhoused people and people struggling with substance use disorder. Not only has he experienced homelessness himself, but he knows and has gained the trust of people in our community who are actively, daily seeking the bare minimum of sustenance. A couple months later, as the weather cooled, he reached out to me with a deep concern. In his conversations, he had been hearing quite a bit about people being ticketed for sleeping outside. Some of these people were sleeping on the ground right outside of our local homeless shelter, which was full. He said in Keene, this results in a $157 ticket. In Manchester, it could be up to $250, and it could be up to $1,000 in Nashua. This is something that's been a rising concern, and many have feared would be increasingly troublesome in the last couple of years. In late June 2024, the Supreme Court issued what is referred to as the Grants Pass decision. This ruling was the result of a case that focused in on one fundamental question. Does the enforcement of camping ordinances, particularly when there are no shelter beds available, violate the Eighth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution's clause against cruel and unusual punishment? Unfortunately, in the wake of that decision, ordinances that essentially criminalize homelessness are deemed constitutional, or at least they do not violate the Eighth Amendment's clause against cruel and unusual punishment. Since then, some New Hampshire municipalities have adopted ordinances against unauthorized camping on public property, and more recently, advocates on the ground have seen the predictable negative impact of increased enforcement on our growing unhoused population. Just for reference to that, please look at the online testimony. New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness submitted testimony and gave some very insightful statistics around where we are with that. In New Hampshire law, we entrust municipalities with the power to implement ordinances and bylaws, the violation of which may result in a fine of up to $1,000, as you all know. As you also know, we are a Dillon's Rule state, and as such, this is the only stated remedy for these violations. While this may be appropriate in other contexts, I would argue that in this case, it's not. In fact, it is absolutely counterproductive. The individuals most likely to be in violation of these ordinances are our unhoused neighbors, and they are, in fact, the least likely to be able to pay. And stacking up debt creates an additional hurdle to them attaining housing stability. To put it simply, we are making it harder for folks to do what we hope they will do. My rationale in proposing that a non-monetary remedy be required for these specific violations is to provide municipalities with a tool which can be used in a positive, productive way, rather than what is currently a punitive and counterproductive way. The form of redress may look different in different municipalities, and I left the language open for that reason. While it may make sense in one area to offer community service as an alternative, this is not always possible. I know, particularly from my work, having worked as volunteer and guest services coordinator for our local food bank, that there may be limited opportunities and in a given area, or an individual's past conviction of certain offenses may hinder them from being able to serve in certain volunteer roles. So it doesn't necessarily work everywhere. What this legislative caveat would do is give municipalities the opportunity to customize an appropriate method of redress, whether community service, verified connection and enrollment to in related services, programs, possibly the verification of temporary or long-term housing, which is what we actually want to accomplish with these things. In short, the goal here is to have humane excuse me, a humane response to meet the need that we face, rather than exacerbate and compound what is already a very difficult situation for our unhoused neighbors and our society as a whole. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. What if you know, obviously, I mean, the old saying, you can't get blood from a stone. What are they doing with the people who aren't paying these fines? Does it end up escalating to a criminal charge? Does it
So-
does it snowball? Is there an interest? What happens?
Well, where we are at right now, most of these ordinances have been passed in the last year or so. So we haven't really gotten to that point to have that information. If we do, I don't have it. I'm happy to look into what that actually looks like. I just know that the bills aren't getting paid.
Yeah. And following up on that, what since these ordinances have been passed, have there been any new efforts made to open more beds to these folks, more shelters being built? It's great to say, okay, we're gonna punish this, but without creating some kind of alternative. So has anything been done in
No.
Nashua or Manchester to create new beds?
As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure one just recently closed in Manchester. The thing is that right now we're in the winter, so it looks different at different times of year. We actually have our homeless shelter in Keene is called 100 Nights. It was literally opened up as something that was supposed to be open for the 100 coldest nights of the year, but now it is year round. But that's what we have. We have 65 beds. We just opened up a few more, but it's full, and it's been full for a very long time. As we know, the housing crisis is at such a point where it's hard to move people through and onto more stable housing. So people end up staying for a lot longer because there just isn't the housing.
Questions? Representative Murray, then Representative Scheer.
I guess just to address the chair's question, as someone from Manchester, I've observed nothing happening other than the continual piling on of fines, and can confirm that the city is getting out of the shelter business. And we were like the first ones, I think, in the nation to pass such an ordinance after the Supreme Court ruling.
Representative Scheer.
In vain with my promise to Representative Prue not to ask any questions, a point of information in relation to the chair's comment. In Portsmouth, we have one of the largest and best homeless shelters, Crossroads, that has, I think, 80 beds now for a community of 23,000, although we service much of the seacoast. There are 79 people on the waiting list.
So I was about to say, then you since you have that great place, the folks in Manchester can come on over, but I guess not.
And they can get on the waiting list.
Yeah. And this is something for, I guess we'll discuss during executive session, but it seems to me that we have, especially during these coldest months, we have the National Guard, and they have a lot of tents and they have a lot of heaters, and I don't understand why we don't start letting them use some of their training time to triage some folks, but we'll discuss.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, wow. Any further questions? Seeing, Representative Muse.
Just looking at the bill, it specifies a non-monetary penalty. And I'm wondering if your decision when you wrote the bill to be more general rather than to specify what some of those non-monetary penalties might be was intentional, or if you actually have specific non-monetary penalties in mind that we should keep in mind.
Well, I think originally when I was thinking about it, of course, in Keene, we have this ordinance. And so I was hoping that in Keene, we would have something like community service. But I do know from my experience that that's not possible everywhere. We had people coming from Claremont to do community service with us because they, didn't have any place to do it there. So it's just being able to do that and having the transportation to do that looks a little different in different communities. And so I wanted to leave it open so that municipalities could customize to what makes sense in their area.
The chair calls Representative Selig.
Thank you.
Did someone at least introduce my bill for me?
Yes, and we heard, I think we had an hour and a half of testimony
Oh,
that left
wow.
us running very late, so I've got to get back up for more hearings
Thank you
in a
very much.
moment. Yes, we had a lot of testimony. Thank you. So for the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent Durham, which is Stratford County District 10. In Stratford County, we have a failing nursing home. We've been trying to build a new one for a while. It fell apart because some members of our county delegation were opposed to us using the existing nursing home and turning it into a homeless or even a warming shelter, which is desperately needed when we built a new nursing home. We have a warming shelter only in Stratford County. It's about to be relocated, hopefully, if the most recent moves have moved forward. But it has taken 5 years of negotiations to be able to take what was supposed to be a temporary shelter in one community and relocate it to become a permanent shelter in another. We have more people looking for homes than they exist. Stratford County refers people to the Crossroads shelter in Portsmouth so they can get on the wait list because we don't have space for people. So I really support this bill. I think it's important that we be compassionate to people who have no means. And by saying to someone, okay, you're so poor, you can't afford a place to sleep, so now we're going to give you a fine that you can't afford to pay for a place to sleep you can't afford to have, so then you can pay a fine, and that cycle just perpetuates more tragedy rather than helping find ways to build people up. I think we would be much better off as a society if we found ways to help bring everyone up rather than pushing some forward and pushing others down in the process.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be back upstairs now.
Enjoy. Who's next? Who? Boschman. The chair calls Representative Boschman. Did I say it right?
You did. Did you ask Allie? I'm sorry, Rep Murray.
I rely on my clerk to make sure I don't mix, but she does occasionally set me up.
Well, I appreciate it. It's French. It's Beauchemin. So, if that helps. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee for hearing this bill. I am Representative Paige Boschman. I represent Nashua's Ward 4, which is the lowest income ward in this city and is the ward where the primary unhoused encampment is in Nashua. I can tell you just off the bat, because I represent Nashua, we have no beds left. We are in dire need of beds. So that's just not an option right now. So I'm also a nurse in the public health department in Nashua, and we do a lot of work with the unhoused population. Most of my patients are unhoused, and we regularly go to the encampments and do wellness checks to get people support, make sure they're connected with services, get them community health workers, make sure that medically they're stable. So I do know, I am engulfed in that community. And so I don't know if you're aware, but most recently, I think the most recent enactment of this was in Nashua, where we did pass an ordinance in the Board of Aldermen, and there people can now be fined up to $1,000, and for sleeping somewhere in public. When we asked the board where are they supposed to go, the answer was not there. The answer was literally not here. That's the answer. Despite the fact that we had overwhelming public testimony against, opposed to this bill, it did get passed. We had social workers, we had public health nurses, we had the United Way folks who run community programs. All like Representative Newell said, all of the evidence says that this is actually moving backwards and will actually make the problem worse. So that there is evidence that we've seen that. Because obviously, like you said, you can't squeeze blood from a rock, right? So what I wanted to say, because some people have already said this, So we need to focus on building community resources before we consider finding people. We're really putting the horse before the cart on this one. And I do want to drive it home just a little bit by sharing a short personal story. So I did a campaign event recently. We had extra food, so we decided to bring it down to the local encampment. And again, I felt fine going there and offering it because I had been there before. As I was giving the food out my window, somebody said, "Hey, Paige, is that you?" And I needed her to tell me how I knew her. A few years ago, we sat on a board together that was putting together a moms and parents group for our community in Nashua, a group that is now 200 people strong and self-maintaining. And this woman was there. She was helping her community. She was a single mom with 2 kids. You know, she had one bad thing happen to her. She was evicted. She lost custody of her kids, and now she's living in the encampment. She has a van and a minibus, and she still was telling me how she takes care of everyone in the community, how she is not addicted or have mental health, and she tries to help people. She keeps water and medical supplies in her van. I had done a clothing drive, a warm clothing drive, and I unloaded all the bags. She said, "I'll keep them here in my van, and I'll hand them out to the people that need them." And what's already happening since those fines had started, by December 6th, she already had over $300 in fines. So not the 1,000 yet, but that keeps going up. So what's going to happen? Is her van going to be towed? Is she going to lose where she lives? What happens to the community around her when she's not there anymore? This is a person who, again, is committed to helping everyone around her, to improving her community, whether she's housed or unhoused. Offering her an alternative to monetary fines could make all the difference in her ability to move forward instead of moving her backwards. And I hope that the committee will consider that as we look at this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
The chair calls Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman Roy, Vice Chairman Rhodes, colleagues on the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah O'Ryan Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon, and I am here in support as a co-sponsor of House Bill 1091. I think Representative Newell and Boschman and Selig did a good job at explaining this, so I will do what I can and do what I do best here, be as brief as I can. But I do want to relay a personal story. I was in Washington earlier this year, and I was speaking to a guy named Otto, and we were reminiscing over our youth homelessness. And he was homeless when he was 20. I was homeless when I was 6. And we were both sort of reminiscing on the state of the United States of America and what, we're specifically Washington, D.C., walking around, you just see people in absolute destitute sitting there on the side of the street. And he relayed a story to me that has stuck with me since, telling me about when he was on DuPont Circle one day, walking through, he sees a guy on the other side of the road wailing and screaming, and he goes over to see what is he's wailing and screaming, and he's screaming, "Am I real? Am I real? Am I real?" And people are just walking right by him, ignoring him. And I think that illustrates and encapsulates exactly the issue that all of us are having with homelessness here in this country. These people aren't treated like human beings. It's not like, I say it all the time, it's not that they necessarily want you to give them $1, although it would help, but they just want you to acknowledge them as a human being, not just walk past with your blinders on. And I remember when we were homeless, I remember him telling me when he was homeless, and I think anybody who has experienced homelessness can tell you, when you're in a situation like that, it can come completely unexpected. You could be doing so well one day, and then next thing you know, you're in the woods of a place called Hippie Hollow in Greenville, New Hampshire. You know what I mean? Not everyone has a place like Hippie Hollow, though. We did, thankfully. My mother, Rebecca Ann Wheeler, did a fantastic job at keeping us above water, even at a time where we didn't have 4 walls around us and a roof over our head. But not everybody has that ability to do that. And a lot of people here in our state are pushed to places like Manchester and Concord and Laconia and all these other places. You know, if a homeless person is found in Peterborough, I'm sure that person will not be on the streets of Peterborough for very long. They'll end up somewhere in Manchester or Nashua or something along those lines. And so this is a hard issue that we have before us here. And I don't think HB 1091 is going to be a panacea in any way whatsoever, but criminalizing homelessness, as you said, Mr. Chairman, before I entered the room, you can't get blood from a stone. And these people are already at the very bottom of the barrel. And yes, we don't want a situation where public safety is at risks on our streets just because we allow people to sleep wherever, and then next thing you know, everyone's sleeping everywhere. That's, you know, I was having a conversation with the state police liaison, our fantastic liaison for the state police here in the legislature, Chris Storm, and he was mentioning stories about how they had found people on the side of the road in some pretty destitute situations. And what are they supposed to do when they find people like that? And I think that's a reasonable concern. And if this legislation stops them from addressing those people, I would, you know, make sure that there was an amendment to do that. But our underlying concern was shared by both the state police, by regardless of party, by people in general. We shouldn't be criminalizing people who are in rock bottom. And I think HB 1091 does a good job at starting the ball moving forward and addressing the humanity of these people on our streets. And no, there's not a easy solution. Many of these people are in mental health crises, and when you offer them help, they refuse it. But there has to be some better way than lobbing fines onto these people who are in the absolute bottom of the barrel. So treat them like a human being. That's what I would say. That's all I can do, and that's what I'm here in the legislature to fight for. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, if, you know, we talk about local control and not wanting to take local control, what would it look like if the bill simply said you may not fine or criminally charge anyone for sleeping in public unless you have a bed? In other words, they chose that because we have somewhere else that could have went and not violated the law.
Right off the top of my head, I'd say that looks like a good idea. You know, I guess I would wonder how we determine if the person has a bed or not, but I'm sure that there are ways that that can be done.
Well, in other words, if the shelter's full and
Right.
there's no beds for anybody,
That makes
how
sense
do you
to me.
charge somebody?
Okay, that makes sense to me, yeah.
That's just something that occurred to me. I was curious as a
Well,
co-sponsor what you
that-
thought about that.
That makes sense to me. You know, I would defer to the prime sponsor for any changes of the bill, but I would say that I think the crux of what we're trying to do here is make sure that nobody is criminalizing or penalizing poverty. And that, I think, is the risk with the ordinances that have been passed by the municipalities. And, you know, I'm a supporter of local control too, but I think there are instances where the protection of the broader citizenry is where the state has a play in, and doing this, I think, would be protecting the broader citizenry. But I think that's a good amendment.
Thank you. Representative Scher.
It's my understanding that there are a set of lifestyle, what are sometimes called lifestyle crimes, that are charged, people who are homeless are charged with these lifestyle crimes, and like criminal trespass, for example, in an effort to somehow manage their homelessness potentially through the jail system. Might it make sense going forward, if not in this legislation, to consider having similar amendments to bills charging criminal trespass or charging certain other lifestyle crimes?
I think that it would. I mean, you know, case by case basis for everything, right? But I think that it would, just because we don't, again, want to be in a situation where we're criminalizing poverty, which is what those can do in effect.
Thank you.
Representative Murray, did you have a question? No? Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to bed, you know.
The chair calls Brody, the Honorable Brody Deshay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. Again, for the record, Brody Deshays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are a voluntary, nonpartisan nonprofit that represents the 234 towns and cities in the state of New Hampshire. The Municipal Association opposes House Bill 1091 as drafted. As currently drafted, it's a mandate that requires municipalities to adopt a non-monetary penalty to an ordinance prohibiting sleeping and camping outdoors. So this would be a requirement for every municipality to update any of its ordinances that it has for prohibiting sleeping and camping, and they would have to, as has been, alluded to by multiple speakers before, have this alternative punishment. The bill's language on line 5 states, quote, ordinance prohibiting sleeping and camping outdoors. However, this doesn't define where such sleeping and camping takes place. We assume the bill is intended to mean that sleeping that occurs on public property, but that needs to be clarified. It also needs to be clarified, does this include state property, county property? Currently, in this statute, this is just for enforcing bylaws on municipal property. We assume that the bill is, additionally, the bill is silent on who elects the non-monetary penalty when a violation occurs. It's not very often that when there is a penalty that the individual chooses what the penalty will be for the crime. So it needs to be clarified that is the individual, are they the one being charged? Do they get to choose whether or not to do pay the monetary fine, or do something in lieu of that? Is it law enforcement? Does a law enforcement officer or police chief determine that? Is it the governing body of the municipality? So every single time someone is charged for illegally sleeping or camping outdoors on public property, is that mean that you have to go in front of your city council, town council, board of aldermen, or your select board for them to determine whether or not you'll pay a monetary fine or whether you will do some kind of other punishment in lieu of that? That's not clear. This significantly should be clarified so it's more clear for municipalities. Additionally, our association would be neutral to a bill that would allow for this to be a local option, where it says that the municipality may have an alternative for prohibiting sleeping, camping outdoors, in an alternative kinds of punishment for that. So with that, we ask the committee to either significantly amend the bill or recommend the bill as inexpedient to legislate, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'd be interested to know what the association thinks about what we just discussed, that if the municipality doesn't have a bed in a shelter for someone, then how can they criminally charge the person with violating the sleeping in public thing?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Roy. So I think a key thing is that municipalities, they are struggling to get resources from the state and federal government to be able to have more beds. This has been an ongoing multi-decade issue, and the nonprofits that they help provide local appropriations for to have more beds, some of the nonprofits that have been discussed today, municipal budgets are getting tight. As we've seen, people don't want to see their property taxes increase. So it becomes very difficult. I mean, in many ways, the property taxpayers that are asked to help fund more beds and the states that's asked to fund more beds, I mean, we're also squeezing those rocks too. So I think the reality is this is truly a systemic issue. I think the primary reason why municipalities have these ordinances prohibiting sleeping and camping on public property is there is a public safety aspect to this. There are sometimes unsafe behaviors that are happening in these encampments. There are complaints from those who are abutting the encampments. Sometimes these encampments, they're on public and private property, and folks who, when these people are camping on their private property, have an expectation that the municipality where they fund, the primary amount of their property taxes to is proactive in dealing with it. I think our association would welcome, obviously, more funding from the state and more support from the state to deal with homelessness, but it would probably be more regular for those funding avenues to be dealt with during a budget process, so at the beginning of the next biennium.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Further questions? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Phillips, I think.
Thank you, honorable member, for joining us this afternoon. I'm just taking a look at RSA 3139, understanding the municipal association's kind of general policy that they're against mandates, new mandates for the towns and communities. Looking at 3139, I understand that towns can make bylaws for a number of like, it's like subset A through Q or something, or P, excuse me.
Yep.
I'm wondering if there's anything in the current law that would prevent a municipality from creating this alternative a non-monetary penalty for this exact infraction, because under 31:39 subsection 1A, the town may make bylaws for the care, protection, and preservation and use of public cemeteries, parks, commons, libraries, and other public institutions of the town. Is there a way to interpret that as, maintaining and caring for public grounds?
So I haven't 31:39. I haven't reviewed every section of
Yeah.
that law, of that statute recently. I did review the applicable sections that we're reviewing today.
that's fair.
I would have to review it further and get back to you, but a key thing that I would tell our members is when they contact us and it's ambiguous, consult your local legal counsel and
Sure.
determine whether or not you're capable of doing that. I'll also flag that beyond 31:39, there are also additional authorities that are provided specifically to cities. So arguably, maybe cities could have that authority. Especially, there is a specific section to the city statute that is miscellaneous, that has like a whole host of miscellaneous things, and then kind of a jackknife clause, like, and anything else that's for the
Sure.
general
It
welfare.
would depend on the charter, I'm sure. Sorry to.
Well, no, and that statute's actually specific to even if it's not included in your charter. So explicit powers that aren't in your charter that are included. And I know our association has been supportive of that miscellaneous ability to adopt bylaws and ordinances also being included in 31:39 to allow municipalities to have more flexibility to adopt additional bylaws and ordinances to address unique situations like this.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I believe the chair mentioned earlier, wondering if there's like any data, excuse me, that supports, I guess, is there any data that we have from the municipalities that have enforced these ordinances that they're effective, or like what have been the results? Do you have like anything you can share with us from the different municipalities that have these kind of ordinances in place?
I haven't spoken to any of the municipalities that have these ordinances in place. I have read in the news municipalities that have adopted these and enforced them. I also think we're, with the recent Supreme Court decision, where this is still very new. So it's going to take time for us to really figure out. But again, this is still a systemic issue where municipalities want to be a partner with the state. And in some ways, this bill is not encouraging that partnership to help build more beds and address homelessness. This would be a limitation on municipal authority to try to address issues when public health arises from encampments that are in public property or camping happening on public property.
Representative Scher.
Just as a comment to Representative Murray's question, what's happened in Portsmouth is we have such an ordinance, and really all that happens is that we have no encampments on public property, town property, or any other state property, but we have in Portsmouth, we have 8 separate homeless encampments on private property. And the police department works closely with those homeowners as to whether they want them evicted or not. But just a question, would it be fair to read this language, the town shall provide for a non-monetary penalty? I mean, the way ordinances are enforced is the police file a complaint against someone for violation of an ordinance. The case goes to court. And the way I read this is the district court judge, if the person is found guilty of the ordinance, of violating the ordinance, that the judge shall order the town to provide the non-monetary penalty. Is that a fair reading of this?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So not every single time someone violates an ordinance or a bylaw does it go to court. Many ordinances and bylaws that are violated in municipalities, it's just simply, you're issued a fine. Think about, like, for example, someone who parks illegally somewhere. It's typical that you get a fine. Now, you can obviously appeal that fine or appeal that violation of bylaw and ordinance, but this would be the initial. It needs to be clear who is making the initial determination about if you're fined or, what, you need to do maybe community service in lieu of that. So I wouldn't read it the same way that you're interpreting.
Well, let me pick up on what you said. So if it's some other entity, you say that it's not necessarily the court in which the ordinance violation goes in front of. It goes in front of some town body, correct? it might be an individual or it might be the
Hey.
town welfare officer.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit into Perry Mason. Just,
I think
yeah.
I understand what you're saying. So not body, but it does go in front of some body, typically an individual, where they might go, for example, let's say in Concord, many of us will get parking tickets from time to time, especially with the lack of parking for legislators. So there's an appeals process where you appeal to the police department because you violated their ordinance where you park for more than 2 hours near the state house because you need to attend 8 hours worth of hearings. So you go and appeal that first to the city, and there's someone at the city parking department that says, did you violate it? Did you not? And sometimes you win. I've won my last two. Sometimes you lose. I lost the two before that. If they deny my appeal, then I would go to court. And I think, I mean, this is just too ambiguous. So at this point for me to declare, to say it would work just like a parking ticket.
I guess my question is, wouldn't it be fair to understand this as whoever the town entity is that is imposing the fine as it exists now, that entity would have the obligation under this language to provide a non-monetary penalty? Is that a fair way to read that?
I think it's too ambiguous. And I think that's our official position, is that this is too ambiguous. I think someone could reasonably interpret it that way. I think some could reasonably interpret it in significantly different ways.
we agree to disagree, right?
Okay, maybe that's
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Oily son of a bitch. I almost made it, Mark.